Yo, it's seven candlesticks up and ain't a debate. It's a stick up. Yeah, gang in the building. I just want to do a quick video. Been busy, have been dropping a lot of content on the channel. But something came up where I shared William Allen and his contributions to the Florida curriculum as it regards African American history. And it's a very controversial media take that a lot of people were circulating during the time, and people were using this to try to say that Ron DeSantis was racist, and it's a dog whistle, and that basically was the argument of did some enslaved people benefit from slavery, and of course, the left media twist and turn this argument to make it seem as if Ron DeSantis is racist. The same thing happened a couple years ago, or maybe a year or two ago, with the "Don't Say Gay" bill, when the bill didn't say anything about not saying gay. It's the same exact tactic. And what happens is the facts never matter. What happens is you get drowned out by a lot of whataboutisms, and I'm going to show you what I'm talking about here because I posted this in my group. All right, so you guys should be able to see that. All right, so this is the article snippet that I post in my group, Genesis 49ers Resources. I basically said, remember when all of the leftist black power nutbags decried Florida and Ron DeSantis because the curriculum stated an ostensible fact? Open quote instructions includes how slaves develop skills, which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit, close quote. So this is where all this media fire came from. The argument that Ron DeSantis is somehow racist, and the government of Florida is somehow racist, and that this is some kind of dog whistle. You guys love using esoteric arguments. A lot of you race baiters and you race hustlers out there, and you racists out there, you love trying to imply that something is a dog whistle or something is esoteric or is conspiratorial in nature. Oh, this is how down on us, and this is just idiocy. How do you get that from that? I'm gonna read the quote again. Instructions include how slaves develop skills, which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit. This is what's actually pinned into the curriculum, and according to the internet idiots, this was somehow a dog whistle. This is somehow a declaration of racism. This is somehow softening slavery, or saying slavery wasn't that bad. How do you get that from this? That's not even a logical input. You guys are so irrational and so emotional that it's not even funny at this point. The level of idiocy on the left, the level of idiocy in the Black Hebrew Israelite community, Afrocentric community, is over 9,000. This, ran in the media for about a month, 2 or 3 months, and it just kept getting stamped down. First, one of the major contributors to this curriculum is the brother you see here named William Allen. Surprise, he's an African American, right? And he was interviewed on the curriculum in the quote in question. And like I said, right here below is a photo of William Allen in his interview. He tells the press that the sentence is self-explanatory. Some slaves were retain skills that they could benefit from. Now, what's the problem with that? Oh, I'm offended. So if we if we went around judging on education and curricula based on someone's feelings, we would not be able to teach anything, because you can just say I'm offended and that will shut down any program or shut down any lesson. This is a real world event. Okay, slavery does not exist in your brain. It existed in real time in history, and during this period this statement is true. And then you get the whataboutisms. Well, would you say that about a Jew? I mean, it has been written and said about Jews that Jews benefit from certain oppressions, money lending being one of them. Oh, I never heard of that. Just because you don't read, study nothing. But even if it didn't, even if it wasn't, that does not change the fact that what these brothers and sisters are teaching in the state of Florida, and that's included in its curricula, is true or not. It does not change it. Just because you are offended, or you feel like, oh, you wouldn't say this about this group or that group or another group, even though there's plenty of academia covering that, that is called whataboutism. You're just trying to distract people from the point because you're offended and you don't want to hear it. That's it. You understand? And this is why I say a lot of what we see in the LGBT community politically, it's just what the Black Caucus has done for decades. The same tactics. Oh, I'm offended. You got to call me. Don't call me he. I am a she. Address me as that because that offends me. Call me they or them because that offends me. Everything's emotional. Nothing's about empirical reality. To the point where the left don't even know what a woman is. Then I know nobody knows what a woman is. The argument of a biological woman is out the window. You guys have been making these facetious arguments for decades before the advent of the LGBT, and one could argue that they got that style of debate or style of arguing from the groups prior that made the same fallacious arguments. Same fallacious arguments. And then I topped it off. I said, you have to be a damn idiot or extreme racist to ignore / pretend that wasn't the case. This is what was strictly stated. You know, this is why, Afrocentric Black Hebrew Israelites, you're doomed. You're doomed. Intellectually, you're doomed because you weave your own narratives and you exist in your own brain. You don't exist in reality. None of you do. You just make stuff up as you go instead of dealing with what's actually being said or stated. Right? And the whole left community is known for doing this. This is why I put y'all in that category. Leftists. Many of you guys are racist, just like the leftists. The race comes from the left. All these ideas you have about race, the one drop rule, that comes from the left. Anti-miscegenation, these are things that were pushed and proposed by the left. Your ideas of segregation is Black people today that pushed, African Americans today that pushed the idea of segregation. They want to be segregated. You sound like a Dixiecrat. That's what you sound like. You are on the left, ideologically, whether you like it or not. That's why I say it right here. You have to be a damn idiot or extreme racist to ignore / pretend that wasn't the case. Tazra, at first I didn't know this was Tazra, man. I didn't realize who Tazra was until later on in the discussion I'm having in his comments with him, and I was like, oh, you could just discuss this on live. Then he made a statement, oh, well, you called me a B word, and I was like, oh, okay, this is Tazra here, all right. But anyway, so that's the brother that was involved. And this is the article. We'll get into that. I want to deal with these comments. And again, here goes the whataboutism. First thing Tazra says, this is the equivalent of saying Jewish people in Nazi concentration camps gained skills that can be applied for their personal benefit. But nobody would dare make that claim for obvious reasons. One doesn't have to be a leftist to see how crazy and disrespectful this sounds. How is this statement up here? I'm going to read the statement again. This is why Black Hebrew Israelites, you're doomed. You're doomed. Some of you guys just can't be helped. This is the statement. Instructions include how slaves develop skills which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit. That's so horrible. That is so egregious. That is so offensive. Oh my God, I can't believe they said that. And then, oh, you wouldn't say that to a Jew, nigga. You wouldn't say that to a Jew. There's plenty of academia about how Jews actually benefited from oppression. One being the money lending argument, because they were restricted to that type of skill during the Middle Ages in some instances. There are arguments like that, but who cares? Whether that's true or not, that does not affect the quote. This is called a whataboutism. This is what pettifogging is. And this is what many of these people do on the internet. They pettifog. They try to distract. They red herring you to death. None of this has to do with the original post. Now, I entertain this and I say, I replied, I said, Jews did benefit from the Holocaust. They gained national support behind it. This is recorded and printed in academic books. Niggas and leftists just take everything out of context because of the racist mindset, even though black scholars wrote the curriculum. And this is his response. Go into the rabbit hole here, into the matrix. I want the direct response. And then Tajra, since he's not going to come on here, right? He says, Tajra says, I'm saying that nobody would claim Jewish people learn skills in concentration camps that benefit them in their personal lives. Yes, the nations came to their rescue, but that's not the point. And the black scholars who wrote that curriculum were handpicked by the DeSantis administration. What does that have to do with anything? Here's another red herring. Oh, they were handpicked. Yeah, they volunteered to help the administration with this curricula. What does that have to do with the quote? Is the quote inaccurate or not? None of this has anything to do with it. This is the rabbit hole. These are the type of arguments and the level of argument that you get into when you deal with black Hebrew Israelites on the internet. This is the type of argument you get into Afrocentrics or leftists in general. He says, he quotes a paper, open quote, last week, DeSantis claimed he wasn't involved and attributed the curriculum to scholars, but the so-called scholars were a work group that was hand-selected by the DeSantis administration. Some members of the work group were educators from Florida, but the body was reportedly dominated by two members, Francis Presley Rice and William Allen, which I've already showed in my post, William Allen. Both Rice and Allen have a long history of highly inflammatory and partisan commentary, expressing views that are anathema to the vast majority of black history scholars. And that's what they're going to do, bash him. Mainly because William Allen is a Republican. He gets done like Thomas Sowell. So anyway, let me go down to my response on this. I said, Tajra, I literally posted that. William Allen is the black man posted above. And context matters. Death in concentration camps are vastly different from slave plantation and slave labor. The historical fact is that some slaves were able to use skills after slavery and benefit from it. No amount of word jujitsu will change that. We can discuss this live because I like to have the discussion live. Let's just discuss this and see if the facts line up with what you're saying. And then Tajra responds, the DeSantis administration handpicked the black scholars who came up with the curriculum. And those black scholars have a history of going against the vast majority of black scholars, according to the article. Yeah, according to the article. How is the concentration camp vastly different from plantation slavery? Weren't both forced slave labor? I don't disagree that slaves gain skills. So why are you having this conversation if you don't disagree that slaves gain skills? Anyone forced to do any kind of labor will essentially gain it as a skill. The point I'm making is that nobody says, for example, Jewish people gain skills in concentration camps that benefited them in life. Again, what about ism? You're just trying to throw people off. If they did, how does that change the fact? This is an education paper. This is not an emotional piece, right? This is a paper to teach. It's intended to teach people. This is not a question of whether or not you are offended or how does it make you feel? It's intended to teach. What is a curricula? What is a curricula for? To teach. This is just so idiotic and dumb. I don't disagree. Okay, that's the point. Is the evidence, is what's in the paper factual? It's the same thing you deal with LGBTQ members. The same thing. Is it a fact that biological women are distinct from biological males? I don't want to hear how it makes you feel when we're dealing with education. It's the same type of argument. Look, then he goes on to say, if I went to a Jewish platform and told them their ancestors gained beneficial skills in Nazi concentration camps during the Holocaust, they would try to counsel me and label me an anti-Semite. This is not even worth discussing live. I'm not just saying it. It isn't leftist to be offended by this type of rhetoric about Black history. What type of rhetoric? Saying that slaves gain skills and some of the slaves were able to utilize that to their own benefit? Which is why one of our, when we talk about African-American GDP, Agriculture was one of the main sources of their income back then. And back then we had more wealth than we do today. African Americans had more wealth than we do today. Collectively, right? Because of agriculture, because of those skills, because of those trades. So what the question should be, is this historically accurate? The answer is ostensibly yes. But you want to do all this jujitsu and trying to get into people's emotions and feel, you wouldn't say that about Jewish people. There's plenty of Jewish academia out there. The problem is you don't study it. So you make these erroneous claims. They would call them anti-Semite. Who cares what anybody would call anybody? That's the time. That lets me know. That lets me know you're leftist, because that's how the leftists think. If it offends me, I don't care if it's factual. This is curricula. This is curriculum. This is for the education of the children. Don't you want your children to learn facts in school? No. You want them to be curtailed in education because you're offended. I don't know, how do you get offended by slaves obtaining skills? How is that even offensive? And then you try to bring up the Holocaust. Do you know what the word Holocaust means and the point of the concentration camps? It's a big difference between a slave plantation and concentration camps where they're getting gassed and killed. These are death camps. The opposite happened in slavery. The opposite happened. You didn't want to kill off the slaves. You wanted more slaves. You want to breed slaves so you can continue to work the land and produce cash crops. It's a vastly different thing. But again, when you deal with Black Hebrew Israelites, this is the level of argument you deal with. This is the level. And then I respond, it's factual. And anything else is an appeal to emotion. That's exactly what it is. You want to censor people based on your feelings. If that was the case, nothing would be taught or discussed. Yeah, if we went around censoring every goddamn thing based on our feelings, which the left wants to do, that's why I call you guys leftists, we wouldn't be able to teach or discuss any damn thing. And again, I have to stress this. What is the purpose of a curricula? Is a curricula made and formed to conform to your feelings, or is it about teaching history? Is it about teaching facts? If it's about teaching facts, the only issue you should have here is that factual or not? I also say it's also fallacious as hell. You can be offended, just like I can say it's idiotic to be offended. That pro-Black bullshit has ruined many people. And seeing that you are BHI, it isn't a mystery that you support leftists. It isn't. It isn't, because most of you guys are leftists. Your ideology leans left. That's what we mean by that. Oh, I didn't vote. That don't mean shit. That you are a leftist. You support segregation. You support anti-miscegenation. You support racist ideals, right? The race hierarchy. You believe in all of that. Ramaswamy said, you know what? Let's be race agnostic. Y'all got mad at him for that. You don't want to be race agnostic. You especially you, Tazaria, you believe in hierarchy. You believe white people on the bottom, Black people on the top. You just reverse racism. That's all you did. You reverse white supremacy. That's all you did, and you supported anti-miscegenation, racial purity. Y'all believe in everything the Dixiecrats believed in. I'm not a leftist. You could have fooled me. You could have damn sure fooled me. So after this, he was like, oh, you call me a bitch or whatever. Who cares? Grow up. Anyway, let's go. From there, let's go to the article. Let me close that, because we go off onto something else. I try to invite him on the channel. At first, I didn't even know it was the same Tazari. I thought it was a damn troll page or something. And then he was like, oh, you called me a BAN on one of your lives. Yeah, man, because you'll go on these other people's panels that all they do is berate you, and you will go on there and be their damn puppet and get whipped. And all I wanted to do was interview you on what happened that day. It had nothing to do with anything else. I wasn't going to challenge you or nothing, because it was making a claim about you getting whipped and beaten, destroyed, and that you're an idiot, blah, blah, blah. This is what they were saying on the live. And you would take your little happy-go-lucky self over there and enjoy the beating. It's Stockholm syndrome. That's why I called you a band, because only bands do that. I don't go where I'm not wanted, man. And I'm not finna go up there and let anybody talk to me crazy. But just period. You will, and I classified it as a BAN, man. You know, you got a complaint, put it in the complaint box. I'll get to it when I get to it. Anyway, let me go to the article of William Allen. All right, so this is the NPR.org article. I'll put it in the chat, and I'll read the conversation instead of playing it. I think it'll be more smooth if I do it that way. So within this article, William Allen, one of the main figures behind the curricula. And again, what's the purpose of curriculum, man? Oh man, y'all are lost causes, man. This is why people say this community is like the nuclear fallout. You can't do anything about it. All you can do is run from it. Because we have stupid discussions like this, dumb discussions like this. The argument shouldn't be how it makes you feel. The argument should be, is it factual? That should be the argument. You know, that's silly stuff, man. Anyway, y'all see the article on the screen here. William Allen, who helped write Florida's new history standards, stands by the curriculum. July 27, 2023. NPR Steve Inskeep talks to William Allen, who helped write Florida's new K-12 social studies curriculum, which is getting a lot of criticism for its portrayal of African-American history. Steve Inskeep, the host, says, now many people talk about the Florida standards without seeing the Florida standards. It's a 216-page document. I've got it open on my screen here, including the sentence that has drawn so much attention from Vice President Harris and others. The one about slaves learning skills. The people who put together the Florida standards include William Allen, who was a professor of political science at Michigan State University, and he is on the line. Welcome to the program, sir. And then he says, William Allen responds, good morning to you. Inskeep says, let's drill down in the specific sentence that's gotten all the attention. It says, quote, open, quote, instructions include how slaves develop skills in which some instances could be applied for their personal benefit. What did you mean by that? I don't even know why this is even a question. And on his interview on the news, on the Florida news, it was clearly stated, it's like inference and implication are two different things. Inference is just what you draw on your own opinion or your own mind. You can't control that. Nobody who's writing this can. So you can infer what you want to infer, but that's not what's implied here. And that was a powerful segment during that interview. And hopefully, if I can get my YouTube to act right, we can play that interview where he explains that. So Allen, he responds to this question. He says, I think the sentence explains itself. Its grammar is certainly perfectly clear when it refers to the fact that those who were held in slavery possess skills. Why is this a problem? Why is this a problem? Oh, no. You wouldn't say that to the Jews. Why would you say that to the Jews? How is that even close to being egregious or vile speech? This is so dumb. The idiocy. That's why I have no hope for you guys. I have no hope for this community. This community is so goddamn dumb. Anyway, he says, I think the sentence explains itself. Its grammar is certainly perfectly clear when it refers to the fact that those who are held in slavery possess skills, whether they develop them before being held in slavery, while being held in slavery, or subsequently to being held in slavery, from which they benefited when they applied themselves in the exertion of those skills. That's not a statement that is at all controversial. The facts sustain it. The testimonies of the people who live, the history sustain it. Now, I want somebody to tell me, what the hell is the problem? That's making it look like slavery is a good thing. How? Write a paragraph explaining how that does. And I guarantee it's going to be full of fallacious arguments. Anyway, we keep reading. It says here, Inskeep says, I think you're correct. You could even look at the movie 12 Years a Slave, which is a true story of a man who was enslaved, who knew how to play the fiddle. People had different skills and used them in different ways, and sometimes were able to make money for themselves while enslaved. That seems to be factually true. But the allegation here is that you were trying to make slavery seem nice, like a job training program. Did you intend to say that? Allen says the allegation is unrelated to reality. Let me read that again. The allegation is unrelated to the reality. This is something the leftists just drew up. They're trying to throw salt on Florida because they hating on Florida because Florida is doing great. My state is doing great, by the way. We smashed all the other states on GDP. I'm a gloat real quick. I'm a Texan. I'm a proud American, but I'm a Texan. Lone Star State, stand up. We crushed all the other states when it came to GDP and overall gross development products. We did that. You understand? But listen to what he said, man. The allegation don't fit reality because all you got to do is have eyes and ears to see. The words of the Bible believers here. I mean, eyes to see and ears to hear. This is very simple. Alice says the allegation is unrelated to the reality. And let me emphasize that I am not the author, and no one in the work group the author. This was a collaborative process, a deliberative process, and the result is a consensual agreement. Therefore, I do not speak to the intentions of the work group, and I don't substitute my intentions for the work group. Inskeep says, well, if you just look at that language, you see anything that says that slavery is nice? Allen responds, when I look at that language, I see what Booker T. Washington meant when he entitled his autobiography Up from Slavery rather than Down in Slavery. I see what Frederick Douglass meant when he described his slave mistress teaching him to read only at the beginning because his owner put a stop to it. But the small glimmer of light was enough to inspire him to turn it into a burning flame of illumination from which he benefited and his country benefited. Inskeep responds, you're again telling a true story that Frederick Douglass told himself of how he taught himself how to read. I think you're saying that you see inspiration in a sentence rather than something awful. Alice responds, I think Douglass saw inspiration in it. I think those who followed him saw inspiration in it. And more decisively, I think Douglass and Ida B. Wells in 1893 gave explicit testimony to that inspiration when they were protesting the exclusion of Africans from the Columbian Exposition and in the midst of the thousands of lynchings, and they celebrated the accomplishments of those post-slavery who had demonstrated their capacities and their skills. But most importantly, they held those accomplishments not only as the accomplishments of Black Americans, but the accomplishment of American principles. These are constantly repeated themes. I won't elaborate all the examples of them and any more than I will speak to the Edenville and its Black Seminole traditions, which are all reported in these standards as appropriate to be taught to school children. And that's the point of a curricula, right? That's the point of a curricula. That's the point of curricula. It's to teach. It's to teach. The point of curricula is to teach. And they're trying to teach K through 12. They're trying to teach children. Your criticism should be, is it factual? No, it makes me feel sad. I'm pretty sure the kids don't give a damn. Is it factual? Yo grown ass, you walking around with blue hair, fucking piercings all in your nose. You on all these goddamn antidepressants and shit. You understand? High as hell. No, they try to make it seem like slavery was nice. When did he say that? No, he trying to make slavery look like it was good. When was that said? You niggas like Tupac, right? He basically was saying the rose that grew from the damn concrete, man. This is not hard. So I'm done. I'm fucking finished. As Keith responds, I want to note that the context, which maybe is why so many people have felt uncomfortable here, and that's that keyword felt. They know that Ron DeSantis is the governor of Florida, that he pushed very hard on culture war issues, and also he's pushed into the universities. He also signed something called Stop Woke Act. And one of the things that it is said to do is prohibit teaching that might make students feel, quote, guilt or discomfort for historic wrongs. Knowing the context in which your work was going to be seen and also used, I mean, teachers under the law are going to interpret these standards and decide what to teach. Were you entirely comfortable working for the state of Florida? And Alan says, I didn't work for the state of Florida. Inskeep says, go on. Alan said, this is a volunteer effort. I was not compensated for it. I responded to a general call for people with interest in and commitment to the educational institutions of the state to respond, and I responded. And I participated willingly. It was an offer, a contribution of voluntary public service. The context was, what should school children be asked to learn when a standalone strand of curriculum standard is for the first time initiated in the state of Florida? That's the context. That's where we worked. And I'm certainly perfectly content that I had the opportunity to contribute to that. Inskeep says, and I'll just mention, since you said that Eatonville is in the standards, I've done a search here, and the word Eatonville is in fact mentioned 6 times in the standards. Alan says, as well as the name Zora Neale Hurston. Inskeep, Zora Neale Hurston, we just got about 10 or 15 seconds left here. Bottom line, do you think that teachers following these standards will give an accurate representation of American history to students? Alan says, I think teachers are intelligent. And I know because I work with a few outstanding teachers in mentioning relationship in Florida, and they understand that the standards give them the opportunity to teach. They do not dictate to them what to say. And Skeet says, okay, William Allen is a member of the work group behind Florida's new African American history curriculum professor. Thanks. And that's the end of the interview. Why did I have to do this show? Why? This is fucking dumb. You guys are stupid. I don't know what else to say. If you spent more time reading and studying and researching and comprehending, maybe we wouldn't have to have simple and basic discussions like this. Slaves having skills or obtaining skills during slavery, before slavery, after slavery, that's just factual. You wouldn't say this about who gives a damn. Is it factual? It's in curricula. Its purpose is to educate. Something you guys hate, you hate education. Just like the rednecks of the past. Anyway, man. So with that being said, I want to see if I can interview to play. Frustrated because it's just the stupidity, the idiocy. I'm over it. I'm over it, man. I don't get it. I just don't get it at all. You Black Hebrew Israelites are the enemies of education. The Black Hebrew Israelites are the enemies of forward thinking. That's it. You're king pseudos, and you weave any argument to fit a narrative. Any argument. And then you guys are nuance. Saying that somebody gained a skill during slavery that they use for their own personal benefit is nuance. That is nuance. Because you have the institution of slavery, which was an evil practice that killed, destroyed, separated families. But you had roses that grew up through the concrete, as per Tupac. All right. Anyway, let's go to this interview. No, you're saying slavery was good. That's what you're saying. It's a dog whistle. It's a dog whistle. Fucking retarded, man. Anyway, hold on. Wrong screen. Hold on. Share screen. Window. Let's see if the video plays. If not, I'll try to give you a synopsis. Fair use. I'm doing this for education purposes. Fair use. Fair. Let me, before we get started, let me put the banner up.
Standards that led to the backlash.
Hey, and the brother, she gonna bring up the Nazi argument too. It's like that's a whataboutism. That's a damn whataboutism. You know, the state of education in this country is going to go down the tank. Your children are going to learn that they that sex is fluid. There is no such thing as male, females, and they're going to learn sexuality at an early age. They're going to learn about giving fellatio in kindergarten. This is what a lot of these states are going to. They don't want to teach facts in social studies. They don't want a factual history lesson. You don't want that. That's offensive. So eliminate, cut all that shit out. I feel bad for this generation coming up and the generations to proceed after that. Just seeing the direction these people are going, the leftists are going, seeing the direction of you black Hebrew Israelites, y'all got children too. So y'all don't give a damn. As long as it makes you feel good. Right?
Became a demand this week for the Florida Department of Education to rethink and redo parts of the new African American history.
Rethink and redo. Rethink it. Get rid of it, strap it. You're gonna have to redo that shit. No, we're not hearing that that slaves had got skills and some of them used it to their own personal benefit. We're not hearing that. No, hell no. That's offensive to say that enslaved people were actually capable of gaining skills. No, you got to teach the victim narrative. You got to just say they ain't do shit. That's your job. But saying they got that's a dog whistle saying they gained skills. Give me a fucking break.
The backlash became a demand this week for the Florida Department of Education to rethink and redo parts of the new African American history standards that led to national debate, with much of the focus on just one line in the 40 pages of curriculum that
all right, my YouTube is going to act up on me.
How slaves developed skills, which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit.
Again, what was the problem? What's the fucking problem? Where is it? How slaves develop skills, which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit. How is that a problem? Ask yourself this. Is that factual? Okay, it's factual. Okay, it's educational material. And then above that, it says, examine the various duties and trades performed by slaves. For example, agricultural work, painting, carpentry, tailoring, domestic service, blacksmithing, and transportation. No. Don't say that some of them use that for their own personal benefit. Don't say that. No, we don't want to hear that. That's a dog whistle. That's the KKK language. That's racism. That's neo-Nazism. There's no fucking hope for y'all, man. There's none. I don't get it. I'll drop the link to Zaria. Well, hear your point. Let's see how fallacious you are. I don't think the video is going to play. It's going to chop up on me. There's the link to Zaria. So we're waiting on Zaria to come here. Yeah. See, is Zaria going to be emotional? Or are you going to be able to be logical? Let's see how you do here, brother. I dropped the link for you. We're waiting on you. All right, there we go. We got Tazara in the building.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, what's up, fam? Yeah, I just wanted to clarify when I was saying that, when I was comparing it to the Holocaust and how you originally posted about people being upset about them saying that Black people benefited from slavery. I wasn't denying that Black people picked up some skills during their time as slaves. What I was pointing out was DeSantis and them in Florida, they're trying to erase all the horrible and negative things that we went through, and they're just trying to present it as something that was positive for us. I'm sure you've seen in the news, and whether you watch conservative news or progressive news, they're trying to stop teaching the negative things that happened during slavery, and they're trying to push towards black people benefited in slavery. So that's what I was getting at. I wasn't trying to say they're wrong and they're lying about what you posted. That's all I was trying to say. And then on the flip side, I was saying, imagine if people went to Jewish people and said, "You guys benefited in concentration camps. Y'all learned how to do types of labor y'all didn't know how to do before y'all were in the concentration camps." The Jewish people would rise up and cancel that whole movement. So what I was trying to point out when I said that is people respect the Jewish community. They wouldn't try and pull no shit like that with the Jewish people. I'm not saying I hate Jewish people or I hate anybody. I'm just saying I'm looking at things from every angle. That's all I was trying to say.
All right. So now what we're dealing with here is a burden of proof because that 216-page document does not deny the atrocities of slavery. And if you're saying that, then the burden of proof is on you to show the people how DeSantis it's really not DeSantis because you know what a governor does. They have to appoint people over education, stuff of that nature. Right.
Right.
So you got to be like, okay, show where in the legislation does it say we're not teaching the atrocities of slavery, or show in the curricula that the atrocities of slavery are not being taught. Because I haven't seen that. They're teaching slavery. It's just that one line in that one segment, in that one benchmark that says that's focusing on the trades and skills like agriculture, carpentry, painting, so on and so forth, that some slaves in some instances were able to personally benefit from it. That's all it's saying. If you say anything else, you're adding to it, or you're trying to weave it into something else that it's not.
Okay. Well, if that's I haven't read the document, so if that's the case and it includes everything that they've been teaching this whole time about all the horrors and stuff that went on, and they just added in that little part, I personally wouldn't have a problem with that because it's all true. You know what I mean? I'm just concerned about things that they might be omitting. Now, the reason I feel like they're omitting things is because when you read articles and you look up in the news and stuff, they're trying to label everything as critical race theory. They're trying to make it trying to not have certain things taught in the schools. So I thought it was something like that going on where they were trying to change the narrative. But if it's like how you said in that document, they're teaching everything the way that it actually went down, and they just threw in there that blacks picked up skills. I mean, I personally wouldn't have a problem with that, and anybody who does have a problem with that, I mean, it's not a lie, you know what I mean? But that's more so where I was coming from. I just see everything. You know, you see people on the. I don't like to use left or right or whatever because I don't partake in politics in America. I haven't voted since like uh, 2012 when I turned 18, and I haven't voted since then. I just voted because it was my first time, you know, being able to vote. I voted, and after that, I was like, man, I'm not, you know. But on people who would be considered right wing, they're trying to have things omitted from Black history, and they're trying to label things, you know, critical race theory this, critical race theory that. So the way I understood things was that they was trying to change the narrative, and they was trying to, you know, make it seem like, nah, blacks, y'all was good in slavery, y'all picked up skills, y'all, you know. But if it, like how I said, if it's like how you said, then you know that's reality. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, nobody. And I understand how you got those conclusions because that's how the media spins it, right? Same thing with CRT. So if you look up CRT, the argument against CRT is going. First of all, if you told my child that he's oppressed, if you lined up all the kindergarten and say you guys are oppressors because you're white and you guys are the oppressed because you're black, I'm beating somebody's ass at the school, bro.
Yeah.
That's what they were arguing about, that was actually in curriculum, that they were pointing out certain students. That's just one instance. I can go on and on and on about what's actually being argued. It's not arguing that slavery can be taught in school, like a lot of like Sonetta them they're trying to take slavery out of school. That is a lie. This is why I put such an emphasis on actually proving what you're saying, actually providing evidence to what you're saying. I put such an emphasis on it because this community likes to weave narratives out of thin air, or they just grab things and regurgitate it that are politicized, because the whole purpose of them saying is to make the country not trust quote unquote Republicans, blah, blah, blah. That's the whole purpose. Anyway,
Yeah,
go
when
ahead.
it comes to politics, you do have to do your research when it comes to those news outlets. You do have to do your own research because, like you said, they have agendas and all that. So, but yeah, that's all I was trying to say. You know, I wasn't my bad. I'm watching this football game too. But yeah, I feel what you're saying. I see where you coming from, and I just wanted to say where I was coming from. I wasn't trying to say that it was wrong. I honestly thought that they was that part of that paper was part of a larger agenda to gradually minimize the correct teaching of what happened to our ancestors over here. So, like I said, if that document includes all the other things, the good and the bad. No, I wouldn't like to say there was good things about slavery, but if it includes, all the things that have been being taught, they're not trying to take nothing out, then I personally wouldn't see a problem with that.
Yeah. I mean, look. So all my point is to see you got to talk. I didn't cut you off nothing. You see, you think I'm the boogeyman, right? I let you come on.
Yeah, we was beefing before this too. We was low key beefing, so so it's cool to hop on and be cool.
Yeah, I didn't do like Garfield and call the goon squad on you, and we all flood on. We all flood the panel, and we all jump on you. I don't gotta do that, man. I can have a normal conversation about the facts at hand. That's it.
Right. Yeah, and I appreciate that. Yeah, because I'm trying to stay cool with everybody, man. But yeah, when I hopped on, whenever I'm on Berean's channel, I'm trying to go on Garfield, man. I'm trying to get at him because he be on there just talk. And I love Garfield too, and I love 93, because we commanded to. I know y'all go by a different standard of who you consider to be your people, but according to my beliefs, I see them as my people until the Messiah comes and separates everybody. So with that being said, I'm commanded to love them. You know what I mean? So I completely disagree with everything they be saying. But whenever I go on Berean, I'm always interested in what Garfield's saying, and I let him talk. And I try to, whenever he starts, he gets to a point where I know I got him, I try to hop on and I start talking to him. And then right after I start talking to him, 93 comes out of nowhere, and I'm like, damn, man. And I don't even notice till it's like 30 minutes in. I'm like, hold up, these niggas is double teaming me. And I just hopped on to talk to Garfield. You know what I mean? I don't have a problem talking with either one of them, but that was something I didn't realize that was happening until later on. But I don't got nothing against them niggas. Man. Like,
yeah, I try to you do have something against them doctrinally.
Not like that. Like, it's not a malice. I completely 200% disagree with the way they present history and all that. But like, if I seen them in person, I wouldn't, like, if we could just I feel like we'd be able to kick it and like not talk about the Israelite stuff, just have a good time. But when it comes to the history and sources and stuff like that, like, I'll always butt heads with them on that, and they know that. Like, I've talked to them personally, but I try to keep it all love and peace. You know what I mean? Things get heated sometimes, but I try to, sometimes I got a little temper myself. You know what I mean? But I try to keep things, peaceful for the most part.
That was kind of cringe. You said you will kick it with Garfield and
No, I mean, I feel like, I'm not saying I'm just saying I feel like if we all met up in person or we just happen to bump into each other, it wouldn't be no like hatred or malice. Like, we'll probably like be like, oh, you pseudo, and he'd be like, nah, you pseudo, but like, we wouldn't be. I don't think we'd be like throwing hands over it or nothing like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think it's in their character to do something like that. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
man. But as far as internet, channels and perspectives or whatever, like, y'all be getting twisted because what you said earlier. Oh, I see them as my people. So that means since you see them as your people, they supposed to just trample over you.
Nah, well, I know it might seem like. Hold on. I know it might seem like they trampling over me, especially when it's like how I said, I'm trying to keep my composure. When I'll be doing like 1 versus 2, you know what I mean? I'll be talking to both of them at once, and like after the whole conversation's over, I'm like, hold up, man, I was dealing with 2 of these dudes at the same time. I couldn't get none of my thoughts together. I couldn't ask them nothing. They like, you know what I mean? Like, and they like control the flow of the conversation and all that. Like
Exactly.
versus yeah, you know what I mean? So it's, and I don't, and then on top of that, Berean too, like if things like he's controlling the conversation too, like it might just be me, Garfield and 93 talking, but Berean, he be jumping in and he be muting people and doing this and that, you know what I mean? So it's like it's not a fair playing field, you know what I mean? So
I know, and you still jump in there like it's hot.
yeah, no, I be trying to get Garfield just one-on-one, but like all of the times except for one time, 93 hops on. And Garfield even says he'd be like, I'm about to call 93, or I'm calling 93.
You know, Garfield got his own channel, right?
Yeah. No, but he could if he wants, he could still call 93 on his channel. That'll be even easier to get him over there. To get 93 over there, you know what I mean? It'd be easier for him to call 93 up and get him on his channel. But you know, like I said, it's all love, man. But you know, but yeah, it might. I know, and I be feeling like damn, these niggas got me. Like sometimes after I'm talking to them, I'm like, dang, like only because I wasn't able to present my arguments the way that I would like to. You know what I mean? Because there's no, it's, you know what I mean?
You better go on with your hands up, all right?
Yeah, I know.
You know, I disagree with both parties, right? I disagree with your party, and I disagree with them. But
Right.
sense of, oh, they my brothers, and that seems like abuse. That sounds like abuse. That sounds like Color Purple, bro.
What?
That because you have some kind of relationship, or think you have some kind of relationship with someone, that means that you can go on there and whatever happens, even if they mistreat you, they don't allow you to speak, they railroad you or steer the conversation somewhere on purpose so they can act like they got one up on you, or a gotcha moment. Like, come on, man. Like, and you're not the only brother that do that. You're not the only. There's a lot of people in the community that it's even worse. Like, it's brothers in the community that will be called all like they wives, and they get their whole life get exposed, the criminal history get exposed. I ain't gotta say no names. If you know, you know. And they still go back on that channel, or they still go back and have dealings with certain people. I can't just rock. I can't rock with that, man. To me, that's a ban.
I can see like, I know I'm not a ban, but from your perspective, I can see how you come in, how you feel. I can see what you're saying and how it could come off that way. Like how I said, I be trying. Like I had Garfield. I got him one-on-one like one of them other times, like not too long ago, and I like manhandled him. Even the people in the chat, like the Christians, they was like, "Damn, Garfield is, you know, not doing so well right now." But yeah, like how you said, I started picking up on that, like the 2-on-1 thing and not letting me talk and stuff like that. And then, you know, I don't even go over there no more. The only reason I did it is because I thought it'd be me and Garfield one-on-one. And if it's just one-on-one, you know, you're more alert when somebody's trying to pull one off on you or come up on you. You know what I mean?
You gotta read the room, young sir. You don't ever see no one-on-ones over there. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That too, yeah. I mean, you know, he'll let Garfield do a one-on-one with somebody, but he won't let. I don't even know how to say.
Come on, bro. Like, okay, you just saw me have like a debate dialogue with Garfield over there. Like, you still saw people jump in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's never like that. So
yeah.
Sonetter and Berean TV got the same structure and format, and so you just got to know that going in and whatnot. So if you're not trying to train for that conversation or train for that fight, don't go in for that fight. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, you got to go in with your hands up. Man. Like it's not going to be a. It looks like Mayweather said, right? It looks like one kind of fight outside the ring. Once you step inside the ring, it's a whole nother kind of fight. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and that's true.
But if you go in with your hands up, you can get your information out. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta know how to do it. You know what I mean?
Right, that's something that's something that takes practice. Like you could be like,
yeah, it literally took me like a year of practice to figure it out. So I ain't mad at you, man.
Right, and that's like you could have the correct information, and the other person could be like completely wrong. But if you're not on top of your delivery and all that, it looks like you don't know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? But that's why I'm not really a debater. Like if it was a moderated debate, like
Yeah,
you get
no, debating the rhetorical debate is a skill set, fam. It
right,
really is.
right. Like I said, with practice, I could probably be, better at it, but I'm not interested in that. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
if I was ever to debate, it would have to be like this person gets 10 minutes, that person gets 10 minutes, and then when they're talking, I'm taking notes about things that they saying that I could counter and stuff like that. But like just like a melee or like a no holds bar type thing, like that's like I'm not really trying to be like that. You know what I mean? And it was my mistake for going over there thinking that it was gonna be like that. I be seeing how Garfield be doing people when they're when they getting him and he don't know what he's talking about. Like he like just takes over. You know what I mean?
well, so again, like you got to understand the structure of the channels and whatnot. So
right.
so both there is going to be protective custody. You understand what I'm saying? There's going to be certain people that are put in protective custody. You can't do nothing about it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it just once the extra, you know what I'm saying, folk hit the scene to put people in protective custody, you just know what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But shout out to Yeshu. You know what I'm saying? Long time no see, bro, man. Hope all is well. I wanted to jump on right quick and give some respectful nuance and maybe some slight disagreements on the topic in hand and whatnot. Because I'm not like anti the statement, but I do take issue with the way it was written and whatnot. Because for me, like and I think the spirit of what DeSantis was trying to do was trying to make a Black History Month more empowering for African Americans and whatnot, right? In a lot, and most of what I've gone over and seen what he was trying to do with that, because I think there was a lot that he got mischaracterized for. However, in this particular instance, I do take issue with the way it's written, because not with what it says, but with what it doesn't say, with what how vague the statement is and whatnot, right? And I think the point of Black History Month is to be unvague about a history of a people, so that they're not vague about their own history and whatnot, right? Or that's at least one of the points and whatnot. So when you say that they learn skills, the question is what skills did they learn and from who and whatnot, right? And on top of that, a part that I do take issue with is they leave out the fact that many people came over from Africa with multitudes of skills themselves that they did not learn from slave masters and whatnot, right? And this is something that's very well documented. I mean, you can look at a bunch of different kind of slave auction posters that let you know these slaves came in from certain parts of Africa where they had certain skill sets already, whatnot. That's well documented and whatnot. They came in from Africa, know how to grow rice. They came in from Africa, know how to deal with indigo. They came in from they were already carpenters. They were already blacksmiths, et cetera, whatnot,
right.
So I would like for them to go into what skills they're talking about and also give credit and credence to the skills that they already came over with, particularly given the fact that it is Black History Month and it is for a people who are supposed to be kind of like uncovering their history that kind of got covered up with slavery in a sense, right? It would be nice to know, I would not like Black people who read that, who didn't know that they came over, that people came over knowing how to grow rice, indigo, to back all that stuff, right? Sugar cane, the whole nine, right? If we already had the agricultural skills, the blacksmithing skills, carpentry skills, etc., like some of us were literate coming over, you know what I'm saying? All that type of stuff, right? I think that should be focused on if you're going to talk about that type of stuff. And I think it's a tragedy if a Black person reads the document and doesn't come away with that information about themselves, right? That's my only point.
Yeah, so I wasn't able to play the video because I'm on a different computer right now. But in the video, he says it's addressing all three. So it's addressing skills picked up prior to slavery, during slavery, and post-slavery.
That's what's up.
So that sentence is a benchmark. So it's not the actual study.
Right.
It's just a benchmark before they get into the study of what's actually being talked about. That's why I say it's a big document. I agree with you saying.
Right.
It is actually covered in what's being taught there.
Hey, look, real quick, I'm gonna hop off, y'all. I gotta get ready for work in the morning. But I appreciate you letting me come on, man. And yeah, like you said, it was peaceful. And my apologies for not hopping on before when you invited me. I just, I didn't want to come on.
That was my issue. That was my issue. Like, you go over there with them all the time. I just want to come
No. I knew even in the past when you invited me on, I knew it wouldn't be an issue with me and you. It's just I went through that whole thing with Garfield in '93. Went on for like almost a year, just back and forth making videos and stuff like that. And I was like, damn, like that stuff is like mentally taxing. Like it was stressful. Like trying to clear your name and provide information showing that you're not pseudo, they accusing you of being this and that, and you accusing them back, and they accusing you, just going back and forth. So it got to a point where we was cool, and I didn't want to come on here and give anybody on that side a reason to, start up the whole controversy again. So that's why I was hesitant to come on, you know what I mean? But I knew it wouldn't be a problem between me and you. Like, even though me and you like play around and bump heads sometimes, I knew me and you wouldn't have no beef. But that's the real reason why I wasn't trying to, come on it when it was when you asked me to explain my side. Because if I explained my side, I would have probably said some things that would be offensive to them. So I was like, nah, it's probably best for me to just, not come on at all. You know what I mean? I be trying to lay low nowadays. Just, I got a new job and trying to, focus on that.
You out there working for the white man.
Now my boss is Asian, actually.
Oh,
He's
you working
Asian.
for an Asian, man? What y'all say they the Moabites or something? What y'all say the Asian? I don't know what y'all be teaching all type of stuff, man. I don't know what.
Yeah, man. Gotta work for somebody, man. But yeah, it was good talking to y'all, man. Appreciate you letting me come on. Good seeing you and talking to you more.
Yes, sir. Remember, keep your hands up. Hell
yeah, that was some good advice.
Protect yourself at all times. You heard?
Yep. Until the bell rings. Yep.
Before and after the bell, what you talking about?
Yeah, after the bell too. Actually, you're right.
Protect yourself at all times is what that means. Yeah. All times means all times. Sleeping one eye open. You know what I'm saying? That means I stay ready, so I ain't got to get ready. You heard?
Right, exactly. And like you said, that's it looks easy when you watching it happen between two other people. Once you get in there, it's not what you thought. But yeah, y'all probably see me hopping on here more sometimes, when I got some free time. But yeah, it was good talking to y'all. I'm gonna let y'all go. Shalom.
Shalom out.
Shalom. So I'm gonna attempt to play this video again and let Alan explain his sentiments and his part being a work group and actually working with the curricula, and hopefully it answers some of the audience questions, some of your questions, probably two more on that regard. Earlier it was choppy, so I went ahead and let Zara come up. Let's see if we can get it popping.
So we spoke earlier in the week. There have been developments daily on this. And as an African-American man and as someone so involved in the civil rights arena, how do you hear this backlash from people who are genuinely perceiving this to be an affront and are galling?
Put it in the private chat. I'll play it.
Students might be learning this. That is an honest perception.
Well, there's an easy example by which I can show you how I hear it and perceive it, and the fundamental error that's involved in people's discussion of it. I'm a Floridian. I was raised in Fernandina Beach, which of course was segregated, and I was educated in segregated schools. If I said to you I had an excellent education, you would be mistaken to think that segregation was responsible for my excellent education. When I speak of my excellent education, I'm crediting my teachers and
see, that's what I was doing earlier.
My classmates, my colleagues, not segregation. But under segregation, I had an excellent education from which I benefited. That contemporary.
Yeah, fair use.
The backlash became a demand this week for the Florida Department of Education to rethink, redo of the new African.
Can you turn it up more? Can you turn it up?
American history standards that led to national debate, with much of the focus on just one line in the 40 pages of curriculum that benchmarks how slaves developed skill, which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit. Those are the verbatim words. Critics erupted at the possibility students would be taught there was an upside to the American atrocity of slavery. The Department of Education doubled down this week, insisting that is not what the curriculum says and not what it does.
This has been interpreted to mean slaves benefited from slavery, and that is not the standard at all. What this is saying is, this is not the story simply of victims who withered in the face of oppression, but rather the story of a resilient people who responded to their oppressors in an adaptive manner, utilizing every resource at their disposal to resist the inhumane nature of the bondage they were in.
That was the department's social studies director explaining or clarifying the intent of that at the summer seminar on all the new standards held in Miami-Dade this week. We talked to a number of teachers there who weighed in with varying perspectives, as you might expect in this state at this moment. Today, we get a firsthand perspective from one of the 13 people in the work group who wrote the standards. Dr. William Allen is Emeritus Dean and Professor of Political Science at Michigan State, former chair of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, appointed by former President Reagan, and volunteered on that work group. Dr. Allen, we are grateful for your time today and hopefully your candor.
It's a pleasure to be with you.
So we spoke earlier in the week. There have been developments daily on this. And as an African-American man and as someone so involved in the civil rights arena, how do you hear this backlash from people who are genuinely perceiving this to be an affront and are galled by the fact that students might be learning this? That is an honest perception.
Well, there's an easy example by which I can show you how I hear it and perceive it, and the fundamental error that's involved in people's discussion of it. I'm a Floridian. I was raised in Fernandina Beach, which of course was segregated, and I was educated in segregated schools. If I said to you I had an excellent education, you would be mistaken to think that segregation was responsible for my excellent education. When I speak of my excellent education, I'm crediting my teachers and my classmates, my colleagues, not segregation. But under segregation, I had an excellent education from which I benefited. That contemporary, modern day example is no different than what the curriculum is saying about 150, 170 years ago and more. That coping mechanisms are part of every biological organism's portfolio. And in human beings, those coping mechanisms have to do with resilience, intelligence, industry, fortitude, determination. To say, therefore, that people who were held in slavery were not deprived of their humanity, it ought to be intuitive to every intelligent being. And that is, of course, what the new standards in Florida have said.
So the new standards are probably more than 40 pages long. And if they're on our website for anyone to go in, it's a public record, you can read them. And it does really go through a very comprehensive look at pre-slavery, slavery, post-slavery, and to suggest that it is not comprehensive just is not factual. However, this one line, the words personal benefit, to me seem to be what's perceived as an affront, as an attempt of turning something positive about an American atrocity. So instead of fighting about it and digging heels, which seems to be happening, why not revisit the language and not change the lesson you're trying to impart, but change the wording of it in a more collaborative way? Why not?
Well, you know, Ms. Milberg, I could accept one modification. And that is a modification that referred to personal and community or social benefits. Because, of course, it wasn't just the individuals who benefited, but this entire nation ultimately benefited from it. And that could have been expanded. But anything that would deny benefit deriving from human exertion, even under the extreme conditions of oppression, would be false, and it would be dehumanizing. The idea that you should not speak of people making whatever utilities they could in the circumstances in which they found themselves to their own use and benefit is dehumanizing. You might as well say they aren't capable of doing anything, because that's what you end up saying. You're saying slavery is so complete, so thorough, that no person held in slavery retains his or her humanity. Well, these curriculum standards can't say a thing like that. And I would hope that no one in Florida would want them to say a thing like that.
So prior to this particular curriculum, which isn't being taught yet, I think it's next school year when it finally bubbles up into the classroom. What's different about that than might be being taught now? Because teaching about enslavement in public schools, it's taught every year, maybe not as
Yes.
formally, but there is curriculum in Florida schools. So what would be the difference?
Here's the critical difference. And I'm so glad you asked that question, because it's critical not only in Florida, but in the entire country. This is the first standalone set of curricula standards for teaching African-American history. Florida is a path breaker in this regard, and is setting a standard that people ought to rise to rather than trying to find some way to evade. We have to confront the reality that understanding our past requires two things fundamentally. One is learning from the past in the words of the past, the way people experience the past. Secondly, learning from the past in a way that surfaces the fundamental humanity. Because unless we retain our sense of fundamental humanity, whether we're talking about the Holocaust or slavery or anything else, we lose sight altogether of any worthwhile justice or any worthwhile objectives that might be pursued.
I can't imagine anyone would argue with that concept. And since you brought up Holocaust education, Florida does have Holocaust education.
Yes.
There is no benchmark, no curriculum in the Holocaust education that might suggest that people who were in concentration camps learned any skill or benefit.
That's the same
benefited
point
from
Tazra
anything
pulled
that
out.
they might have taken, even though there are stories of resilience and cunning from the camp.
Watch
people who
what
were
he says.
interned. Wouldn't that be apples to apples to put something in that curriculum as well? And I can imagine the backlash there as well from especially this community.
Well, I don't have any problem with saying, yes, those stories are legion, and it is there. It may not be in the standards that were crafted for that curriculum in Florida, but it's present throughout discussions of the Holocaust. It's present in the National Holocaust Museum. The point is that people are always burdened to emphasize the extent to which human beings retain their humanity. And to retain their humanity is to insist that they find, in whatever the circumstances are, any opportunity they can exploit to their advantage. The word advantage, the word benefit, there's no difference between those words.
So
this is important.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't mean to
No,
interrupt you.
please go right ahead.
So this is in the political arena and isn't everything in our day and time.
Yeah.
In Florida, especially, we're a very divided state at a very divided time. And it seems just in our reporting this week that conservative thinkers are very supportive of this curriculum and behind it vocally. And more liberal thinkers are behind this backlash, and many take it very personally and individually. Why do you think this is such a political issue now?
There was a report in Reuters just in the last couple of days, which I would call your attention to, which suggests deliberate exploitation of the issue and deliberate distortion, and points to not just Vice President Harris, but an entire operation at the campaign level for the coming election that has fastened upon this as a wedge issue that can be used to divide and to stir up the base. Now, I don't know if that's true. I'm citing to you a Reuters report. The politics is of no interest or concern to me, frankly, but I understand as a political scientist and someone with some experience in these matters that politicians sometimes do things not on the basis of principle, but on the basis of momentary perceived advantage.
And I think you're speaking about something that's happening, we've seen on both sides of that aisle. Dr. Allen, if you sit with us for a couple of minutes, we have to take a quick break. I'd love some more time with you, and we come right back.
Well, you got enough of it, huh?
Oh, was it still going?
Yeah.
No, hold up. No fault.
Yeah, it's an 18-minute clip.
Yeah.
It's good you did stop it though, because it probably would have the stream probably would have got taken down.
I know that's right. Hold, here we go.
Yeah, and if anybody has the document is free, you can download the 216 page document, and you can just go to the slavery portion of it, and it talks about the inhumane treatment of African American slaves, the plantation conditions. You actually read it, like when you hear some of the criticisms, like, okay, you didn't read what they're actually trying to teach. It's full of benchmarks because that's what they want to achieve, what they want to explain. But if you actually read what's actually being taught, it's far from they're trying to take slavery out the books. That makes no sense. Anyway, go let it play.
Allen, who is one of the 13 people on the work group that wrote Florida's new African American history standards, now so much in the news. Dr. Allen, I know that your time on this work group was as a volunteer. I wanted to talk a little bit about the process of the group, and maybe you'll take us a little bit behind the scenes of how that went. And I want to start with this question. This work group, this whole writing of the standards was specifically so that this curriculum could comport with Florida's new laws, framing race education and sex education as well, but for our purposes today, race history. And in the new law, there are words that describe how no lessons can make a student feel guilty or feel shame. That's not verbatim, but that's the concept in the new law. And I wonder if that was top of mind as you and your group were writing this. Was that line in the new law very important or a priority of sorts for you to fit everything into?
Certainly not. We were, of course, referred to the new legislation because our existence was mandated by the new legislation. And therefore, I assume that people in general were familiar with that and other portions of the language in the statute. But there was no point in my recollection, and it's on public record, so I can speak about this. There was no point at which anyone ever made reference to trying to avoid offending someone's feelings. And let me give you one clear explanation of why that might have been, which also applies to the way people are reacting to the published standards. A soundly educated human being knows the difference between inference and implication. And inference is what one imagines a statement to mean. And implication is what the statement intends, conveys. So the difference between inference and implication means precisely that no one can foretell or preclude inferences. Now, with regard to implications, there was no attempt whatever to imply anything that has been attributed to these standards in the current discussion.
The work group that did this was arranged, I think you mentioned, was arranged specifically to do this task.
Yes.
So the first thing I did when I started to report on this whole thing, as most of us do, we hit Google, lay the net and see what we could find. And the state has an African American history task force made up, and it's a venerable task force, been around for years. And that has been the task force that has, I guess, guided or suggested what goes into, until now, Florida's curriculum. And that was appointed by the education commissioner, which has been a conservative for the past decade, 2 decades here in Florida. So why was a new task force necessary?
Well, I can't answer that question. As you know, I responded to a general appeal. I didn't inquire into the motivations for constructing a separate work group. But we all know from general practice, historically speaking, that sometimes having dedicated task forces proceed far more directly with less bureaucratic inertia to accomplish a purpose. This happens at every level of government throughout the world. And so it's not surprising to me that someone who was determined to act expeditiously and get a job done wanted to get it done with a clear focus, laser-like intensity, rather than get lost in a maze of traditional practices.
So the 13 people, including yourself, were all volunteers responding like you did to this call.
Mhm.
John Dubell, who is the Department of Education's Social Studies Director, we met with him this week. He was at the seminar locally presenting the curriculum to teachers. And he was telling me he was in the room when your task force finished writing this curriculum and was very proud of the accomplishment and actually applauded, is what he described. And now in the news, couple of this week actually, bubbling up in the news are reports that some people on that task force were actually opposed to this specific line we're talking about and some other things. No names given, sourced as anonymous. Do you know what to make of that? Was there opposition in that room with you?
I know precisely what to make of it. As I think I've told you before, the record of the deliberations is completely public. It's recorded. There are transcripts as well as audiovisual. Anyone can research that. No one will find any statement of that kind of opposition, period.
So on your task force, this was unanimous.
It was consensual. It was consensual. We deliberated in a collaborative fashion. We reached consensual agreement. We were not following parliamentary procedures.
The civil rights organization, the U.S. Civil Rights Commission that you chaired a few decades ago, is an organization focused on inequality, history of inequality, and inequality in real time. Give us your opinion, your expert analysis. Are we experiencing inequality still in the United States in real time?
Well, let me say first, the function of the Civil Rights Commission is to appraise the enforcement of civil rights laws and to make recommendations to strengthen them where needed. So its mandate is not simply to give opinions about inequality or equality. There will always be inequalities among human beings for one obvious reason. Human beings are differently endowed. The endowments are God-given with respect to our fundamental rights, and those are the same for everyone. But with respect to our particular talents or characteristics, they are diverse. And we expect to see that diversity everywhere. So we do not focus at the Civil Rights Commission, at least in my time, and I don't think they're doing it today, on the question of inequality as an abstraction. What we do care about is the imposition of inequality artificially. That is the unequal enforcement of the laws. And there it is absolutely critical that the Commission and all other such agencies work with eagle-eyed intensity to root out artificial inequalities.
Dr. William Allen, I know you upended your own schedule to be with us today. I am deeply grateful for that and appreciate your time.
You are most welcome. I didn't get to finish my worship service this morning, but I was sufficiently inspired.
I think someone will be looking down on you favorably.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, yeah, so that's the clip. That's the clip, man. So, thoughts?
Yeah, it would be interesting to get into the actual literature to see what they do say about the pre-slavery aspect of things and whatnot. I'm in particular curious about that part.
Oh, well,
I
you
would
got to
like. Go ahead.
you have to wait for the textbook. He just mentioned it pre-slavery, during and after, but you have to wait till the textbook come out. So the 216-page document is the benchmark, meaning what they actually want to
Right.
achieve in education. It's not a deep dive.
Right. But yeah, I don't have an issue with the statement. I just have the issue with how vague it is, right? Because let me just say it like this. One reason I don't have issue with the statement is because a lot of people's mind immediately jump towards, oh, they learned the skills from the slave master or something like that, right? And like in Florida and a lot of places in the Southeast and whatnot, that's not the case. Like what's actually interesting about that is you have slaves literally teaching other slaves skills and whatnot, in a lot of instances and whatnot, right? So the like what my man is saying is he's like I got a great education during segregation. It's like not because of segregation, but because of my teachers and my colleagues and the other students, etc., whatnot, right? And the concept of people learning skills. This is what I was saying. This the first time I was like, the question is who were they learning the skills from? Who taught the skills, etc., whatnot, right? In some instances, it's going to be a slave master. I'm not going to deny that. But in a lot of instances, and this is what a lot of people would stand to learn a lot from, is the fact that people were learning skills from other slaves and whatnot, or that slaves are specialized in skills and whatnot already.
Yeah. No disagreement there. I just know what the benchmark says, and I believe the way he's bringing it out and presenting it, and he being a scholar, that they're going to touch those things based on his notion of pre-slavery, post-slavery, and
right.
Yeah.
No, I agree with that. 100% agree with that. But no, that was funny that old girl did come through with Tazwell's straight argument. When I was like, oh, that's like, and she was a Spielberg. I was like, oh, that's mad interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it's like it's you know why? Because the Jewish community is as emotional, or just as emotional, or even more emotional than the Black community. And why I say that is because you have the ADL, you have the groups that went against Ice Cube in the 90s. You have the council culture. So everybody's right about that. But I disagree with that too. Just because something emotionally irks you or something that makes you feel uncomfortable doesn't mean that institution should be burned to the ground. So I said this last year, like, do you guys want to become the ADL? Is that the next step, to become the ADL? And do you want that power to say, you know what, you're not including same-sex genders in your cartoon, therefore you shouldn't be aired, because that's the direction everything's going, right? Is that what you want? That shouldn't have anything to do with curriculum, education. It's just weird. So I disagree with that community as well on that regard.
So my point is this, like, so this is something that I hope that people of African descent in the Americas really start to pick up from other communities, like the Jewish community, etc., whatnot, right? Like, so for instance, like so they're in a state to where there's Holocaust. I think there's 18 states in the United States that have a mandatory Holocaust curriculum and whatnot, because the Holocaust is obviously it's not an American event, whatnot. I'm saying it happened outside the country, whatnot. And so the reason it gets put into 18 states is because Jewish populations in 18 states put it in, like, they get active within the school system and put it in and whatnot, right? Mm-hmm. And so rather than being, and this is where I agree with you in a sense, to like rather than being reactionary in the situation, I think this is a situation where we should be proactive and whatnot, right? Like, the lady referenced that there was already like an African American commission for the history whatnot in the state. They've been around for years and whatnot, right? But like, when you go into the history of the story, what DeSantis was doing, he was like, yo, we looked into the curriculum. The curriculum was wild, son. He was like, y'all were like leaving all kind of stuff out. And at the same point in time, it wasn't as empowering to African Americans as it could have been. So he said he wanted to do something about that, which is a commendable concept, a very commendable concept and whatnot. But for me as well, I think that that's something that should be coming from our community in and of itself and whatnot, right? Because like, if we're not behind the information get put out, we don't have the right to complain about what the information is, right? We can, but I'm saying like if we're not going to do the work to try to like be involved in the information coming out, then we should just let it go, right?
You sound like me more. I feel like if you're not going to lay a brick, why have a opinion? Why have anything like anything to say about it? Like it's just empty rhetoric to me. Because if you're not a part of the solution, then you're a part of the problem. Why should I even listen to your opinion or your grievance or your gripe if you're not willing to do anything?
No, that's facts. Yeah, like if this was a situation where they were putting in the curriculum, like, oh, you know, these weren't slaves, these were indentured servants that came through. These are migratory workers. Oh no, wild out, throw a chair. You feel me? Like, no, throw a whole chair. You know what I'm saying? But like in this kind of situation, particularly when there's like a rewrite of the curriculum, fam, like, no, that's your chance to jump in with both feet and be like, okay, let's get it done. We got a window of opportunity now. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? Because so I don't know what Black History Month curriculum is like now in schools, right? At all. I remember what it was like when I was in school, and it was so what I've been able to study on my own versus what you get taught in school, bro, it's night and day. You don't really learn nothing in school. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so I'm not mad that they don't teach us more in schools because like it's not us pushing the curriculum and whatnot, right? And so I think I would be way more happy if I see us put our hands on the curriculum like that. You know what I'm saying? At least in that one area. Like we can't, like, so you were talking about people who complain and call people names versus actually adding a solution to the situation. Yeah, I got a big problem with that, fam. Particularly in this day and time, fam. Like where it's disrespectful to people like Dr. Allen's generation to not have our hands on the levers of power to have to affect these conversations now. You know what I'm saying? Because they went through a lot in terms like my man said, he went to a segregated school. My father went to a segregated school, right? Like that's a whole different look to what kids get now. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so one thing that my father let me know from going from like a segregated, like, so his youngest brother was the only child in his family that went to a non-segregated school. Is I kind of got the nod, like, no, once you hit the desegregation area, you're kind of more in, you have to be in charge about learning your own history. You're not necessarily you can't guarantee you're going to learn it in school or whatnot, right? Because you're going to learn American quote unquote history, whatnot, right? And that's not as nuanced as the melting pot of America is, right? So you gotta be more on your thing with that, right? Whereas when my dad was in school, he like his teachers on him about Black stuff, you know what I'm saying? Because like that's what they were dealing with and whatnot, right? And so I can't be mad that an American school is teaching a broad American history, you know what I'm saying? That and expect them to teach like a segregated school, like it's all one type of history. Now, I can't expect that, whatnot, right? But I should definitely expect that if I'm not telling my story and someone else is going to tell it, that they might get a few things wrong here and there. Right? And I can't be mad at them for telling my story if I'm not going to tell it.
Yeah, I get it. Like it's a vested interest. Like every state has their own state history. Like I learned Texas history. I learned the Alamo from the perspective of Texans or old white men back then. You know, that's just, like you said, that's how it's going to go, is the vested interest. I'm pretty sure you in Seattle, I'm pretty sure if you went to Washington schools, you learned Washington state history.
Yeah, Pacific Northwest history, sure did.
Right.
I learned about the Spaniards coming through and laying it down. And I was like, word, son?
Yeah, you know, and then we learned everything at Louisiana Purchase, blah, blah, blah. We learned all that other stuff, you know. but a specific history on African or African American history that's normally an elective and normally is in the college level, or above. You don't really see that in elementary. That's why he said the course that they're trying to build and weave together is groundbreaking in the United States of America, period.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny because it's groundbreaking and it's something that people want to get rid of. so you say history is not being taught thoroughly, and so it comes with a thorough package of history or a presentation that says the promises of a thorough package of history that really does a deep dive, according to them, in African American history. And it's like, no, burn the village down.
Yeah. Me personally, like I'm at the point, I'm on the Morgan Freeman tip. I kind of got an issue with Black History Month in and of itself, right? Because like you don't have like a Jewish History Month, you don't have like a Gaelic History Month, you know what I'm saying? You don't have like the German American History Month, the Polish American History Month. Like
you do have the Latino History Month, September.
Oh, when they start doing that?
Yeah, you have a Latino History Month. Look it up, Latino History Month.
Yo, I'm feeling old now. That's great. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's a Black and brown thing. Okay, just make it part of the whole history thing. So all you gonna do in Black History Month is focus on slavery anyway, right? So why not just make that part of the American history course?
Oh wow, we have an Asian American and Pacific Island. Now I didn't know that one.
Yo, word.
Yeah, we got a Pacific Islander month.
What month is that?
May. Yeah, the month of May. That must have been a part of that Asian reform package, hate bill or whatever the hell they passed.
I guess.
Because I had no idea that we had an Asian Pacific Islander month.
Yeah, what's up with like the Irish, History Month? Like, can we get crunk for like a whole month in the streets? You know what I'm saying?
Is there? I know it's an Irish holiday and stuff. I don't know if there's no Irish. Let's see, Irish.
See, to me, it would be better if we taught it like a melting pot history month or something like that, right? Like we're breaking down all like it should be a month where like it's like a whole like international fair to school or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? To where like you got like you're breaking down all the histories of the people that came through. Like this is what the Italians brought to America. This is what the Germans brought to America. This is what the Africans brought to America. You know what I'm saying? This is the foods they brought. It's like all that type of stuff.
You do have an Irish month, and it's March. Irish Heritage.
Yeah, let me run the the public school for a minute. We'll be having a whole fair and whatnot. So like you're coming through trying food from everywhere. You got the you got like the Italian sandwich, from Chicago and whatnot. You got the pizzas and whatnot from over here. You got the food from everybody. Like, bruh, everybody brought their food and cultures over with that. You know what I'm saying? To me, that would be dope. I don't like how they split up and make it like a versus thing nowadays. It's crazy.
Gutted the fool or whatever. You are an adult now, man. Go get all the history books you can and read and learn about African American history. It's not locked away in the Vatican somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know what I'm saying? Write your school board and say, I think you should add this. You never know. You can contribute. Yeah. But again, you guys are politically silent. So y'all don't want to contribute.
Right.
To think in school education, you have to be a voice in some way, shape, or form. Like you guys think coming on internet arguing all the time, that's gonna contribute to anything. It's not.
Yeah. See, like I'm in that same boat, right? Like, so I was in high school and I remember going to my high school English teacher and I took my book that we read. We were going through all these folk tales and folklore stories from different cultures and whatnot. And I was like, fam, where's the African ones? And where's the African American ones? And he stopped and he was like, you know what? He was like, I'm adopted. He was like, so I had to study about where I came from. He's like, I know exactly what the hell you're talking about. He was like, I'm sorry that they're not in there. He's like, I can't help you with that. He was like, he looked at me and he was like, but there's a lot of money in it for you if you do it. Mm-hmm. And I was like, and he put it to me. He was like, I got hit with the same thing. Like it's your story to tell. Go tell it. You know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, you got a point. Like, and I'm 40. I'm about to be 41 in a week and whatnot, right? I've been spending a long time trying to gather them stories and figuring out. Like I'm just now starting to get to the authentic Gullah Geechee stories and whatnot from the Americas and whatnot. And tracing them back to Africa. I'm loving it. I can't wait. I'm hoping by the time I die, I can actually have something like that put in the schools and whatnot, right? To where like so people can actually have those stories available and whatnot, right? Like so when their kids go to school, they got the same stuff available to them that everyone else got, right? But at the same point in time, I can't be mad at no one else because it's my story to tell. That means it's my responsibility, whatnot, right? I've never like maybe I'm biased because like I have my dad telling me certain stuff. I have people like my teacher, shout out to Mr. Hall or whatnot, telling me like, yeah, go tell the story, whatnot. Because like I look at it like, and I loved how he identified with the fact that he was like, I'm adopted. He was like, I don't know my parents. He was like, I had to go figure out my history in the same way you got to. I was like, yep, I respect that. He was like, yeah, that's the same thing. He was Danish. He wasn't African American. You know what I'm saying? He was like, I didn't know my history at all. I didn't know who my people at all. And this was before DNA testing and all of that. You know what I'm saying? He was like, man, I had to go do all kind of stuff. I had to go through all kind of extra stuff and seal documents. Like, bro, I was like, I'm adopted. I didn't get. He's like, the paperwork stopped just like it's gonna stop for you. You know, I was like, man, it was a real ill little moment or whatnot, and it just came in. It's like, so if you read Thomas Sowell books, one thing I really appreciated about him when I first got into him years ago was the fact that he does a lot of like studies with other cultures and statistics and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And one thing he applies to a lot of conversations is like, no. Whatever atrocity you think you're going through right here and now, it's like it's not special to you, fam. Like human nature and human history is wrought with people that have gone through the same stuff. And here's the studies about how they came out of it. Here's the ones who did it successfully, the ones who did it unsuccessfully, etc. Right? And so once you get that mindset, like atrocity is not special to me. You know what I'm saying? Like it happened. It's part of everyday life or whatnot. How do you get through it? How do you get out of it? You know what I'm saying? Like your mindset changes or whatnot. Otherwise, you get, and here's the thing: if you don't switch it up, you get stuck there, and it's all about like just it's like you keep ripping off the same band-aid to the same wound over and over again, and whatnot. The wound never heals or whatnot. The wound just never heals. Yeah. I'm trying to heal the wound. The only way you heal the wound is if you got a question mark, you got to answer the question, fam. You don't know who you are, you don't know where you come from. Hey, go do the work, fam.
So do the research. Hey, man, that's the thing. And the operative word, work. Like you don't want to put any work in, don't want to lay no bricks, don't want to do any research, don't want to study, but you want to just complain, man. It's a waste of space and a waste of time. But who is Gutted Fool, man? I never seen you on the channel. Who are you, brother? Gutted Fool.
Man, that's Darvin's nephew. Bet you money.
That's Darvin's nephew. I think Kedrick said something earlier. What did he say? He said something about history is what? History is trash. He says, and let's not act like they teach us accurate history as it is. I want you to give me an example. Now, I will acquiesce to the fact that it's the history that we're taught is what's the word?
Incomplete.
Yeah, incomplete. That's the word. Brevity, like it's like condensed, like you know. So you don't get a real thorough version.
I mean, and bro, it's public school, so you're gonna get like the nationalistic perspective put in there. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't act like there's not a bias on it. Yeah, sure, there's a bias on it, but like that's why, like, when it comes to your history, should someone else be teaching it to you?
Say what now?
When it comes to your history, should someone else be teaching it to you? I'm gonna say no, right? Like, so I'm not mad at the holes in the system on that one, right?
Yeah, but he was saying like history in general, like the formation of the country, slavery, Civil War, the Industrial Era, stuff of that nature. So I was like, okay. You have a point there, but it's like I don't know what you want public schools to do, man. I'm not an advocate for public schools, by the way. I'm very much so an advocate of my children are going to go to school choice or they're going to go to some type of alternative education program if I can't teach them here at the house.
Yeah, I'm a big advocate that we should be able to get the average cost of what it costs to educate the child and get a voucher for that one and get it back. And like, if I don't want my kid in the public school system, I should be able to remove them and get the money it takes to educate them from the system and educate them somewhere else.
Exactly. Yeah. Give me the funding that my child was going to receive anyway if he went to a public school and let me go to a school of my choosing.
You know what's crazy about it, son? Like, okay, hold on. I'm about to go grab an inflation calculator right quick. So it literally cost me. So I used to go to private school when I was younger. Whatnot. I've been homeschooled, public school, private school, all that, like all that. It like when I stopped going in, I want to say 97, 98, it cost me $4,400 a year to get educated in a private school. It was a hell of an education. No, fam. Hold on, let me get the joint out. Like, so last time I checked in just a few years ago in my state, it cost $15,000 to educate a kid in a public school.
Man, that's Washington though.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. That's what I'm saying. But in the national average, it's still up there, bro.
Really?
Bruh, it's crazy. That's the part that got me is we're paying private school prices above private school prices for the public school and not getting the education. You heard me? I'm like, no, I can't even do that. Y'all are doing too much. Hold on, let me do the math right quick.
I mean, you keep pouring water into a leaking pipe system, it's still, like, you're not going to go nowhere. It's like in Chicago, they upped they kept begging for more and more money. They upped the city education fund of $8 billion. Obviously, it's not the money the problem. It's the level of education and the situations where certain people have to teach. And there's a lot that goes into it, man. People don't understand. I don't agree with the public school system, so I don't agree with stuffing 30 kids to one teacher, and expecting each child to get a higher level of education and undivided attention of that one teacher. No. My son better be, or my daughter better be in a class where it's 10 less, and if it is a little bit more than 10, then I need 2 teachers there. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, I'm hurt. I'm looking at the stats right now. So my $4,400 in 1998, right? In today's money is $8,400, right? In my state right now, the average cost per child is $18,000 in a public school. Bruh, if y'all saw the schools in the neighborhood me and I was like, bruh, are you kidding me? Like 18, bruh. Do you understand how what kind of education you can give a child for $18,000, man? Like there's literally people who don't make $18,000 in a year. We're talking about that's the cost of a public school education in my state. And nationally, hold on, let me get the national number right quick. Because it's still it's still like above 10 grand.
Wow.
What is it? Yeah, it's like 13 grand. Yeah, 13, 14 grand. That's national. Bruh, okay, let's say you got 2-3 kids, fam. That's per child. Mm-hmm. Imagine being able to get that as a voucher, as an educational voucher. You don't just get cash, fam. You don't just get cash, but as a voucher to where you can put that into a private school, into a different kind of a public school, into a technical school. Or check this out. Let's say you're homeschooled, fam. And you were forced to spend all the money on education. Do you know what kind of education you can give your kid with the homeschool at 18 grand a year, or 14 grand a year, 13 grand a year? You know what kind of field trips you can take with that? Mm-hmm. Educational trips you can take with that? Like, fam, y'all better learn about it. Like, school choice is on point, and there's different levels of it too. Because some people just have school choice where you can just move the kid out to school. Nah, you better be able to give me the price of what it costs to educate the kid, fam.
Yeah,
forget all that.
I'm with that because what's the difference? What's the difference of the parent getting the money or the voucher to pick what the school they're choosing, or an institution, a public institution getting it? What's the difference? Isn't it to benefit my child anyway? Come on now.
And the truth is, you end up. Oh, what? Shout out to the OG. What up, OG?
What it
Mr.
do,
Black
my brother?
What it do?
What's going on, man? I had to get in on this conversation, man, with my brethren, man. I'm glad y'all played that video clip because it erased a lot of misconceptions for me, man. It really did. You know, hearing Dr. Allen talk as eloquently as he did, was a big help, because I do feel like the left are the biggest race baiters in America. Racism is profitable. It is no more. There's no other party in my. I hate to sound political, but the Democrats profit from racism more than anybody else, which is why they have to keep the embers burning, and the flame roaring. And so I think, man, what I think DeSantis and what he's doing in Florida, I think that's tremendous, because man, I graduated in 1990. There was no Black history curriculum in high school when I came through anywhere, unless you went to a private school that was basically a Black private school. They didn't have any of that. In fact, I was on a committee in my last year in high school where we were actually trying to get it pushed. I had to learn all my Black history at home. Now, fortunate enough for me, my father was actually a Black history professor. So I grew up all my life learning it. But man, there was no such thing like that at that time, and probably others like Sean and Kedrick and different ones, man, probably can identify with that, as well, because we all around the same age group. So I don't remember anything like that. You read about Martin Luther King, you heard about Harriet Tubman, a few people here and there. But other than that, man, the history, like you all said, is inadequate. And I always hear Black people complain about there's not enough, or right history ain't being taught, or this, that, and the other. Well, again, most solid historians have to go to college, to an institution of higher learning, for about 8 to 10 years. So it's kind of ridiculous for us to complain about what's not being taught at high school levels, or in the elementary school or middle school levels, when number one, it's just too much other things that they're trying to teach students to put all of that in there. So we have to be more proactive, like Sean was saying in the chat earlier, about making sure that our children and people know this history, and not always depending on schools to teach everything that we think should be taught, or teaching it exactly the way we think it should be taught. Because some people be saying, oh, this is taught wrong. And it really, they be having a biased opinion. Maybe they, especially today with pseudoism running so rampant, they might want some pseudo history taught in there because they think that's
Man, say that, bro. Say that, bro.
I mean, they'll have your kids learning the 400-year prophecy and everything else, man. And so you're learning Deuteronomy 28:68 if we let them do some of these folks do what they want to do. So I think what they doing, man, is monumental, because that means that, like, my grandkids who are in Texas are probably going to, if Texas moves this way, in this direction eventually as well, then they'll probably grow up with a more well-rounded curriculum in terms of history that pertains to, the culture out of which they come from relative to America, man.
Hey, we got to do it like this right quick.
Could you imagine Teo being the head of a curriculum?
Oh my God.
Oh man, bro, he said that's going to teach the 400-year prophecy in the school, fam.
K through 12.
I'm hurt.
They'd
have Nat Turner being a whole BHI leader and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, they like, it's certain things, like probably the next couple of weeks, man. I probably have you on more too. I'm gonna talk about some stuff, man, that folks don't like to talk about relative to Black history. I'm just taking this week off from doing lives, but I'm probably gonna do some pre-recorded programs. But I'm gonna do some things that do pertain to slavery directly on the African continent, because there's a bunch of fables, I call them Negro fairy tales and things that we've been telling too long, and some stuff that need to be demystified and debunked, just as in terms of the slave trade itself, and some ugly truths that people don't want to face out. Like, I'm tired of people pumping up Mansa Musa like he was some great liberator. He was the greatest slaver on the African continent's history. But all you want to hear about is, oh man, he has so much gold, he turned up the economy, man. That brother went to Arabia and broke the whole world. He wrote a check that the bank had to bounce. That's all you hear about.
Yeah.
But don't nobody tell about how he got that wealth, why he was so wealthy, and other people like Tut Tut, or however you say that guy's name, but all these different people and things of this sort, man. If we're gonna tell the history as it pertains to slavery and all these other things, there's some parts that I don't think some of these folks want to hear. They don't want taught in schools.
Oh yeah, I mean, some hard stuff is like, depending on where and when. Like, I would have much preferred to have been a slave in America than in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, depending like what part of the Maghreb he was in, like, fam, as a male, you would have been castrated.
You hate yourself more. You hate yourself. You hate your people.
You can't tell the truth
white
about
one,
that, man. Yeah, you got to always tell, like I said, these Negro fairy tales. We didn't kick Uncle Remus out. We don't want to hear his stories no more. We want to make up our own and act like we were X-Men and the Justice League all throughout history, and we were indomitable. But there are some. I mean, America has to face up to the ugly truth about its history, and so I do think that history needs to be told correctly. It needs to be told accurately. Don't nothing need to be, the parts that we can't tell, as time permits, doesn't need to be, watered down or sugar-coated. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, man, we also gotta protect our own culture from the pseudo-isms, man, from the pseudo league, not the Justice League, from the pseudo league, because they creeping and lurking, waiting to get their chance too.
You got me scared right now.
Some people think that Europeans went to West Africa and knocked a bunch of Africans upside the head and dragged them on boats, bro. They think that's how the transatlantic slave trade started.
Man, they was already had a good slave trade going before the Europeans even got there.
Exactly.
Man.
Exactly.
Yeah. It was like, you trying to get in on it? You want some? You need some slaves? We got some slaves.
It was a market, man.
Yeah, 100%.
I mean, it's literally
we talking like we got slaves that actually, like some slaves that were actually able to talk to write down their lifestyles and whatnot. We're actually even talking about stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that was a regular thing to see and whatnot, right? And that's, I mean, yeah, we see. This is something I wish that it's a sad thing for me. Like I hear my dad talk about this, about like the HBCUs and whatnot, to where like he dug them, but like he also was like disappointed in the sense to where like you don't really see a bunch of scholarship coming out of them in this sense, right? To where like, where is the African American scholarship on this already? We've had a long enough time to be able to amass this information and whatnot. And there's a lot of people. So for the amount of people who are complaining about it, there's not a commensurate amount of people doing the research on it, right? If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like a dearth. It's like what the scriptures say. The what is it? The something or plenty, but the workers are few. Y'all know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. The harvest is right, but the laborers are few. Yeah.
That's what it is, man. There's a bunch of people talking sugar honey iced tea, but ain't ready to put that work in. Just want to complain about something.
Go back to what Sean said again, man. We are far more reactive than we are proactive. The same thing I used to, like dealing with the fantasy fiction genre, in terms of writing. You hear people complain all the time, oh, we're not represented enough. Well, write your own stories. You don't gotta you don't have to change Superman black. You ain't gotta retcon these characters. Just write new characters, like we want to see characters. Create new heroes. We are people with a rich history of being very creative. We have a lot of people that have been quite genius and things of this sort. Our history is littered with creativity. So we shouldn't have a problem when we see something where we don't feel represented or we feel underrepresented, where we can say, hey, you know what, we're gonna just create our own. Mm-hmm. And we got, tons of, think about it. We got tons of black comic writers and fantasy fiction writers out there. Black folks don't buy their stuff.
They don't support them. Thank you. They don't support them.
And here's the crazy part, though. Like, so a lot of these other comic stories, like they're literally based off of, like, a lot of them are based off of African mythologies and whatnot, right? So like if you actually just did the reverse studies, like okay, let me do my own, like let me do a modernized version of these same stories and whatnot. Like, bro, like this is what everyone does. They just retell their own mythology over and over and over and over again. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. So I mean, I think, man, this was like I said, I'm gonna look more into it, man, because when it come down to thinking about this presidential race, DeSantis has been my guy, but if he not on the ticket, man, I don't know what I might boycott 2024 just for a lot of other reasons. Besides I'm just disgusted with the fact that we get down to where we gonna have two octogenarians running for president, possibly again. Trump don't get disqualified, and I ain't got nothing. This ain't elder discrimination, but bro, those guys are 80 years old. They come from a different era in time. They represent a different set of ideas, and they still promoting those ideas. And we need people that are from a later time, that have a different perspective on things. If we want to do something different in this country, we just keep recycling the same old folks. I mean, look at Dianne Feinstein, just died in office in her 90s. That's ridiculous, man. She didn't prove nobody to take her position. She just gone her, the notorious RBG. They just held on till death, and that's what we see a lot of these folks doing, man. They don't prepare the next generation. They just try to keep power.
Ramaswamy, man, he in his 30s, I think, or his 40s, early 40s.
He need to get his ish together, bro. He be going to. He went from one extreme to the next in two debates. I'm like, how you gonna be like? You went in shooting at everybody in the first debate. The second debate, you went in trying to be sing kumbaya. I was like, what you doing?
Yeah, I didn't like that. I was like, bro, sink your teeth into these dudes, man. These dudes are Chris.
If he gonna shoot, bro.
Shoot, he was trying to be, we're all in this together, bro. Chill out, bro. Like these dudes trying to take your head off right now, man. Even
everybody want to be in the Reagan library talking about the 11th commandment. You know what I'm saying? That Reagan said that's what they want to do. They don't want to attack him, bro. Shoot,
nah.
You know what I'm saying?
You gotta go in there and swing, because here's the thing, they're gonna play politics with you. They're gonna try to, you was on TikTok, you friends with China and all that other stuff they were saying, man.
You had to come out like Terrence Crawford did to an Eminem song. You got to lose yourself.
Yeah, man. You
gotta go off.
You can't be playing with these people, man. And Tim Scott was like, that money we gave to Ukraine is a loan. Okay, let's see if we get it back, man. Let's see if the UN default on that damn loan.
I mean, bro, if you think about it, the Democrats, their strategy is to make Kamala president without having an election for her, because they know she couldn't win an election. She's very unpopular. So you keep Biden in office. He on his last few legs. I'm surprised he made it this far. So as soon as he forgets something again or he unfit to serve, she automatically becomes president.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they want, man, because the left is about milestones, not about, actual stepping stones to move people ahead. They want to keep you right where you are so they stay in power. So they want the optics. They don't want the actual results, or to actually get things done, man. And that's what it is, man. And so I've been looking at this strategy. I said, man, the Democrats, there has been no time I can think of in the history of this country where they've ever actually been for Black people. Why we would believe they are now is just beyond me, based on all the things that we witnessed. I don't know how many more elections it's going to take us to finally realize, hey, these people are not for us, man. And, like I said, we look at this generation on both sides of the aisle, Republican and Democrat. We got Joe Biden, can't remember stuff. Donald Trump really just cares about his name. But to be honest with you, man, if I had to choose between him and Biden, I would choose Trump, just based on, what I think could actually happen or get done, man, in that regard. I mean, at least you don't hear Trump saying what, it's funny. Trump didn't say what Obama said about slaves. Obama was the one who said slaves were workers.
Yeah, nobody he did. And he was against reparations. He openly spoke against reparations, man.
Mm-hmm. We got all these cats, man, dying in office. Mitch McConnell, like Kendra said, he didn't froze.
Froze, bro. Hell of
I
time.
can't stand Mitch McConnell, man.
Man, we got to get these folks need to be mentoring the next senator, the next representative, the next, but they just trying to hold on to the desperate end, man. And we wonder why things are the way they are.
Well,
facts.
when you ask for more government, bigger government, and this is what you get, and this is why some people say, "Hey, we should have term limits to Senate and stuff like that," because these people are running forever. They're holding the seats of power for 40 years. You know what I'm saying? Why don't we have term limits?
And then gerrymandering their own district so they can never lose and whatnot, and stay in power. Then they got to worry about campaigning too hard. Yeah. No, it's nuts, and this is. This is nuts, but this is. I would like to, man. I really would like to see people like get involved like they used to back in the day, to where like we weren't like right now we vote like over 80% for one party and whatnot. We used to be split. You know what I'm saying? I would much rather see something like that to where like people actually got a campaign to you and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Versus just like talk at you and expect you to vote for them or whatnot. Me, I typically vote third party whatnot, right? Like so I'm intrigued to see what like on October 9th, I think RFK Jr. is supposed to be announcing like a third party one. I'm intrigued to see if he rides for the Libertarians or what's going on with that. I'm intrigued to see what's going on with the Cornel West stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like this whole two-party duopoly thing. Like I don't like the limited choices concept. You know what I'm saying? I think we should go ahead.
I'll vote for a libertarian before I vote for a damn Democrat. I'll tell you that. I vote for that shit they put up because it's what's on that ballot, man. Like you want to teach kids, sexual positions and shit, and like, come on, man.
Yo, that's wild. That's so wild, fam.
I'm telling you, the pedophiles finna join the alphabet mafia.
It's already there. What are they're called? They're called minor attracted persons. They're called MAPS.
Oh, they got a new one? What happened to PETA or whatever it was? Not PETA.
Crazy.
Mamba, Men and Boys Association or whatever it was called.
Nah, it's minor attracted persons or whatnot.
Damn, when they come out.
It's funny too how all of this stuff is. Look, think about this. Just a few decades ago, all these behaviors that are now being legislated were classified as mental disorders. Now we're telling people, I saw the documentary, What is a Woman? And some of the stuff on there, man, just blows your mind. The guy that said he's a trans-therian. I was like, what the hell is that? He's a trans wolf. He didn't left the human race. Now he ain't even transitioning wolf, so because that's how he feels. And if you listen to people, man, that's hard on the left, well, that you can't tell them they don't feel any other kind of way. I mean, all of these different things. I saw a billboard that said people have periods, and clearly you had all these women who had, are now trans men sitting up there in underwear and stuff like that, wearing Depends or whatever it is. And I'm like, just the stuff they peddling, man, in this community. I mean, hey, I ain't got to believe in some of this crazy mess in the Hebrew community, move to Africa. I'm ready to go to Mongolia or almost anywhere, man, because it's so crazy around here, man. Yeah, you just feel like if there are aliens, why ain't they pick me up yet? I'm walking outside like with a sign, beam me up. I'm right here.
The aliens don't want to have nothing to do with what's going on down here, man.
They
just keep driving.
They probably ride past the earth and be like, ooh, child of ghetto, keep going. Keep going.
Nah, man. Yeah, it's too much on the ticket, man. It's too much that I don't agree with. I don't want to be implemented. Like, I don't want you to take away energy. I don't want you to take away oil industry. Why would you take that away? That's our bread and butter. You know what I'm saying? Especially come from the South, come from Texas, and stuff like that. Like, these people are staunch with this pro-green movement. What is it called? This what's it called? I know they call it a new Green Deal. I can't, clean energy efficiency and all this other stuff. Like, like the measures that you go are more detrimental to the earth than it is or saving the earth. As far as trying to it's at the same time the most clean energy ever is nuclear energy, and they're against nuclear energy. Make that make sense.
They ain't against nuclear bombs though.
But these same people don't say nothing about China. China, how many carbon emissions that China create, man? They literally got fog and smog in their major cities. Like they're polluting water. You don't say nothing to them.
Man, China got empty cities that they have built that are uninhabitable, man.
Full on ghost cities for real, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what they trying to get into Africa. They didn't ruin China. I mean, like I said, it's just crazy, man. The way that things are right now, like I said, the political landscape in America doesn't give me any hope at all. So like I said, I'm just, I can understand why black folks want to believe that they're gonna get whisked away to some magic wilderness and, great space coasters. I can see why.
Yeah. This is like a real big make or break election for real, though. I'm really intrigued to see what people do with it.
That's depressing because, in the back of my mind, it's like we're going to have a one-party rule. I keep thinking that, like, man, the way things going, we might.
What party are you thinking, though?
Democrat. If I could tell you,
okay,
hey,
didn't Biden's approval ratings drop below 30?
Man, his approval rating dropped last time. Like, I whether anybody can say the election was rigged or whatnot, I don't know. But what I'm gonna say is this: it did not look like he was gonna win. He was the best suited for the Democrats to go against Trump, but it did not seem like he was gonna win. And then the midterm. Like we're going through an economic issues, economic crisis here in America. People complain about inflation and everything, and then you vote for the party that's going to spend more government money and send inflation higher and spiral everything out of control and take jobs. And it didn't make any sense. It seems like people are more into the emotional side of things. Oh, black people, this happened to George Floyd, and look at this, and blah, blah, blah. Oh, they changed the Washington Commanders from the Redskins. That's more important to them than actual issues like the economy, things that, your familiar structure. That's more important to them. That's why I think, like, golly, we might be heading we might have some years where it's just like, think about the last 12 years. You had Obama, you had Trump, and then you had Biden. Over the last 16 years, 12 of those years were Democrat rule, at least at the highest level of office.
Well, if you go back to, we had 2 years, 2 terms of, it seemed like it just keeps switching. We had Clinton twice, Bush twice, Obama twice, Trump once, now Biden once. From Democrat to Republican, back and forth, like playing tennis with people's emotions. And the thing about it is, man, that if we went by popular vote, this is why I'm not for getting rid of the elector system, because it's in place for a reason. Because if we went by popular vote, then we have majority rule. And I keep telling people all the time.
New York and California would decide the election every time.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I keep telling people the reason why we are a republic and not a true democracy is, to protect, people from being ruled by the majority, because the Democrats or the liberal left is the majority, and they, control most of the media, to present what they want people to see and what they want people to believe. As Dr. Allen was pointing out in that interview, I thought it was very telling how he kind of, he basically told that Kamala, and her gaggle pushing things. You see what, they basically told Kamala to get the hell out of Africa when she went over there talking crazy. I thought they were going to be like, look, you get your high yellow tail back on that plane. and go back to America. Because
Yeah,
they weren't having it, man. But
not
you
at
know, you
all.
see, you look at what's happening in Africa right now. They're pretty much done with the West, you know, and they're you know taking back their continent, and they're making alliances with other people that share their interests and other things of this sort, man. Because the West has been bullying people basically into playing ball, the way they want to. They like, we're gonna give you the ball, we're gonna put you on the field, you wear our uniforms, you play by our rules. They treating the world like it is when we play video games. If you don't like something, you restart the game because it got to go your way, man. And the rest of the world and people can see it, man. And I just think that America's influence is waning, and our political landscape, shows exactly why. All the mess that we put. Like, people get mad at me when I tell them I vote red. Blue will not do. And I'm not necessarily. I'm an independent, but man, I voted, as far as president, I voted libertarian last year, really out, more or less out of just being disillusioned with both of this two-party system and other things like that. And most of the things that I vote for, I do tend to lean more to the conservative side. Like, I'm a big 2A-er, and I see the Democrats constantly trying to compromise people's gun rights. And I keep telling folks, like I've told these nuts here in my community, once a government can disarm you, they can do anything else they want to you. And the people that, are never affected by the gun laws are criminals. Criminals don't obey laws. That's what they call criminals.
Exactly.
Bro,
you can make a million
bad.
gun laws. You can make a million gun laws. They still gonna go get guns on the black market, or like they had the ex-Navy soldiers that was selling guns to black street gangs. That broke the news a couple years ago. Like, they still gonna get weapons, bro. Like, come on, y'all.
Bro, every hood in America got the same laughable signs. Like, what I'm saying? Gun-free zones. At least they used to, what I'm saying? You remember them shits? They used to say gun-free zones on them? Like, bro, stop it. Like, that's how you knew that's how you knew you was finna get held up.
You want us to get vulnerable? You want us to be vulnerable? Down here in Houston, and one of the richest parts of Houston, there was a shooting. It was a rapper. They killed a rapper out here. I forgot his name. BTB Savage, I think it was. Mm-hmm. One of the richest parts. They came in there with automatic weapons and shot. Well, not automatic. Probably had semi-automatic, but now they put switches on their damn guns and make it fully automatic. The point is, they brought weapons in. I don't care how many gun laws you can make. It's not going to stop criminals from being criminals. It's not. I don't care where it's at. It can happen in White Plains. FBG Duck died in the Gold Coast, in one of the richest parts in Chicago. They went and killed him. And that state and that city is very restrictive on guns. You know what I'm saying? All you doing is hurting the everyday citizen. You're hurting them and making them more vulnerable to the criminal, because you're telling them they can't arm themselves and protect themselves, like the Second Amendment said, from threats that are foreign or domestic. Who that's going to hurt worse? The people living in an inner urban city. If I live in an inner urban city, I got to be subject to, robbery, subject to, any crimes and stuff of that nature. I'd rather have a gun in those situations so I can protect myself. You telling me I can't protect myself, so it's just silly, man.
It's funny, man. My son-in-law and his friend, he was just telling me, my daughter's husband was saying that he had his gun stolen out of his friend's car. Him and his friend both had a gun stolen. I said, why didn't you have the gun on you? He said, because the place we went don't allow guns. and so, I said, so y'all took the guns in the car. Most guns that are on the street, well, the majority of guns that are stolen out of cars. So, you got to think about it. Thieves know these things too. And they know, especially if you're in the state, because they're in Texas, right there where your shoe is. If you go to certain places and you're not allowed to carry protection or things of this sort, well, thieves know this too. And they know that a lot of people in certain communities, like I'm here in Georgia, people probably have their guns and they probably brought them with them and they're probably in their car. So you go inside, the thieves know they go in your car and break in your car and steal your guns. you know. And again, it just, I don't, like I said, man, some of these things, man, all I know is I don't plan on ever living in a blue state. You know, you know, that's why my next move is from Georgia to Texas, red to red. I don't, you know, because I just can't see myself living under, like I said, a blue government. I'm originally from Illinois. I lived most of my life in California, you know, and I've seen the effects and the detriment of a lot of liberal policies and things. California does what I call panic legislation. I was there when Kamala was the attorney general, and I've seen a lot of the damage that she did and other people have done in different places that I've gone to, man. I see what it does to the community. And yet it seems like the Black populace is under some type of hypnosis to believe that people who continually put other people ahead of them got their best interests at heart. That I'm like, no, the white women still are the #1 beneficiaries of affirmative action and all the other policies that have been passed. And every year they get all y'all Black women all riled up. Come on, stand with us, sisters. And they abandon you at the polls because they don't really care about you. They only care about marshaling your manpower or sisterhood, you know, for their agendas and things that they have that don't include you. And so people just don't seem to see that. And they always want to paint the picture that the other side is racist. And they ignore all of the racism that goes on, you know, on the left, man. Like the Alphabet Mafia is one of the most racist communities in this country. And yet they want to make you think that, oh, no, we're with you. No, they're not. Listen to some of the rhetoric these people, listen to the first thing happening, come out their mouth when something happens, you know, and the Black person does it. They're not as liberals are the least liberal people in America.
Hey, especially when it comes to housing. So because if they believe in equal housing, right, and fair housing and all that, why can't you let some of these Black, you know, impoverished communities move in your communities? And you create affordable housing around your gated, rich suburban areas. You're not going to do it. Why? Because a lot of you guys look at Black people, you know, in a negative light. Y'all want to come out and say that, but you look at them in a negative light. Oh, we can't have them niggas come over here. They're going to ruin our community. You know, they're going to put trash everywhere. They're going to play loud music. They're going to do all these other things. You know, but, you know, I support the policy as long as it's not in my neighborhood. That's normally how white liberals operate. You know,
they be the first ones too to buy up all the property when it's gentrified.
Of course. Even when it comes to schooling, you know, they want to enforce zip code school. You know, the zip code, which is a bunch of red line and stuff. Where if you live in this area here under this zip code, you can only go to schools there. You can't cross that zip code and go somewhere else. That's, you know, pretty much a no-no. They do stuff like that. They hold on to that because they don't want your kids going to the same schools their kids are going to, you know? So they claim they're all about equity and equality. That's bullshit. That's bullshit because you would have eliminated the zip code laws, right? As far as school districts go, and you would allow, you know, the less fortunate, let's put it like that, to move into your communities and build affordable housing in your subdivisions. You would have did that already. Well, you're the first one at the city council fighting it. Keeter said the cheapest property is in our neighborhood. Yeah, because of crime. Man, I was looking at West Philadelphia, man. The murder rate went up and the cost of houses went down. Yeah, the cost of houses went down. I was like, man, it is cheap in Philadelphia right now. Go on Zillow and look at the pricing of like in West Philadelphia, Germantown, and stuff like that.
That's crazy, man. The cost of living is going up and the chance of living is going down.
Them boys is wild up there, man. Y'all do y'all research on Philadelphia and how many people get killed up there, man. They have lost their damn mind. It's like, oh, Chicago, hold my beer, man. I gotta show you how it's done.
Man, don't bring up Memphis. Oh man.
Yeah. They lost their damn mind, man.
Yeah.
And they killing each other over frivolous stuff like, oh, you said you was gonna do this on the internet. Why you ain't do it? And then they'll go spin somebody block or pull up and shoot at somebody, kill somebody innocent. I'm like, man, these dudes, like, that's why I be saying, like, sometimes you gotta run, bro. There ain't no medicine to that. You just gotta leave that area, leave that situation. And then people get called coons for that. Oh, you left the hood. What do you want me to do? Shit. What the hell you want me to do, man? Gilly the kid, he lost his son, man.
Mm-hmm.
And he said his son lived with his mother. They were good. That son didn't grow up with him. You know, he lived outside of Philly. It's the reason why when people get money or they able to leave, they leave. You had the football player, man, went play for the Florida Seminoles, went back to Philly for the summer and got shot. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, bro.
Yeah, we got too many problems that misinterpreted prophecy is not gonna fix.
That is facts.
Yes, it will. We'll all be healed, man. We'll all be restored.
On the Great Space Coaster when it comes. You know, and so that's what I'm saying, man. People, a lot of our, like I said, for black folks, man, we gonna have to really, we need to rethink our entire position, and we need to start, because one of the things I don't like, which I hear from a lot of these, you know, so-called pro-black channels, their solution is just not to get involved with politics, and that's the crazy. That's the wrong solution, man. You know, meanwhile, the liberal blacks want you to get involved in politics, but for the wrong reason, because they don't want you to support their view and they don't want you to hear the other side, so you can make a more informed decision, because they want you just to buy into what they're selling you. And so they paint this one-sided or lopsided picture. And so, and then when you do step out, like you said, when you step out and say, hey, I'm not on none of that, all of a sudden you a coon, you an agent, you COINTELPRO. You know, and I ain't COINTELPRO. I'm COINTELNegro. No, I'm not going with that no more. You know, I'm gonna give people better information and try to educate them on why they should, you know, look into things more deeply, like how you all showed tonight. You know, Dr. Allen, and gave more information, man. And that seems to be the thing, is people try to make you afraid to even listen to another side, because they're afraid of what you may hear may persuade you away from what they want you to hear.
Mm-hmm. This is what I don't get. I look at like the Jewish population in this country, right? Like they're just a few million people and whatnot, but politically they have a lot of power and whatnot. Like you look at IPAC and whatnot, right? It's not conservative, it's not liberal, it's Jewish, right? You know what I'm saying? It's they cover like the whole span of the thing. Like you'll find a whole bunch of different political organizations that are Jewish and liberal, or Jewish and conservative, whatnot. You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to like the taking care of the community, whatnot, they got the same goals. They'll go do it from a liberal perspective or from a conservative perspective, whatnot, right? But they'll come together and be like, all right, cool. This is how, like, this is what we find valuable to our community, whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, to me, it's about time that we come together and do the same thing, in a sense. We're like, look, fam, like the only way you're going to get like a advancement or what, you're going to see betterment in your situation, is to, like, if we stop just doing this whole left right divide thing in our own community, and you know what I'm saying, and just recognize, like, as a community, we have people who are liberal and people who are conservative and people who are central, all the type of stuff, and work it that way. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what most people do. Like I don't really hear, like, how many times do you see like Chinese people getting a beef over liberal conservative stuff?
I haven't ever heard it.
See what now?
How often you ever hear Chinese people in America beef over liberal conservative stuff? Like, I've never heard the conflict, like OG just said. I've never heard the beef.
I haven't heard that either. Now Latinos, I can tell you about Latinos arguing liberal versus conservative. Can't tell you about no Chinese people.
Well, you know what though? You think about it, man. The people that are at the top economically rarely have those kind of arguments.
Mhm.
That's because they find what's best for the collective, like Mo was saying, and then say, okay, well, this is what we're going to do. You'll get some of what you want, and we'll get some of what we want, and we'll go with that. Nobody's going to get everything that they want.
Right.
But in the Black community and in the Latino community, it's either all or nothing. And most of the time we end up with nothing.
Right. Exactly. That's the cold part. They want like 100% of no loaf. You know what I'm saying? It's like, wait a minute. We you don't want half the loaf. You want 100% of no loaf. Okay,
well, some things are non-negotiable. So, like to like the liberal Black, if you're not supporting reparations, they ain't trying to hear that shit, bro. Because that's their main talking point. Go on Clubhouse. It's all about reparations. You know, and I feel like that's just a moot point until you can show me that it's a state agency that's really gonna do it. That's really saying, "Hey, look, I'm ready to. I already got every budgeted everything. This is how it's gonna be done. We ready to put it into law. We ready to, enact this thing."
Yeah, to me, it's a moot point. No, my fault.
Bro.
I got to land mine. No, I got to land mine. No, it cut off. No, that was me. My fault. Go ahead.
No, you got it, bro. You got it.
No, you straight. You got it, fam.
No, I said what I said. I'll pretty much finish my thought, brother.
All right. No, yeah. Like, so my issue with the reparations thing is like, so fam, if like, how are you waiting for the government to come to you with the reparations offer? I don't understand that one, right? Like, even the whole reparations bill that they got on the table is just a commission to be able to come up with plans. It ain't even a reparations bill in and of itself, right? But I'm saying, like, how, like, if you're serious about the thing, like, how do you not have your own organization that actually has like its own legislation that you're trying to get passed in and of itself or whatnot? So we're like, literally, like, this should be the benchmark. Like, if you're serious, like, you should, like, there shouldn't be nobody elected into the Congressional Black Caucus that's not dealing with that kind of stuff, right? But no, that's not the case. I'm like, I don't understand that one. Like, how are you can't be sitting on your hands this much and complaining this much, man. Like, it doesn't make any sense, man. Like what? Like, some people are like, oh, well, the Jews got reparations. Like, yo, fam, do you think they were sitting on their hands when it happened? No, that's not how that one worked, fam. That's not how that one worked. And that's what I'm saying. Like, if at this junction, like what do we want? There's not even an organized plan on the table. Like, you're not even talking about, well, give me free education or give me this or give me like, it's just people talking about like umpteen trillions of dollars or whatnot, like, y'all, astronomical amounts. I was like, what are you talking about? There's not even that much money in the world.
Well, because, man, we are impractical when it comes time to actually writing down demands. It reminds me of that scene from Boondocks where Huey and them was in the prison and the prisoners started writing a list of demands and they got more and more terrible. I want white women. Yeah, I want white women like this. And then I want black women and a light-skinned woman too. And they just kept getting more and more ridiculous. This is what we do. We get together and we start making more and more ridiculous demands instead of being practical about what can we actually make happen, what can we actually do, and what can we actually agree on. And normally the things that we end up dividing on, it'd be these untenable, unrealistic things that aren't practical and that we really don't have a plan. I mean, if I would say this, like, I hear people all the time talking about man, if I had $10 million right now, man, and I'd be saying, you be broke. Why would you say that? Because you don't have a plan already in place.
Fam, exactly.
Like, I think about winning the lottery all the time, but I wrote a whole budget out for when I win the lottery. I know exactly what I'm gonna do with the money. Most folks just hoping and wishing. They don't have a plan. They don't have anything that they can crystallize and say, okay, if this happens for me or when this happens for me, this is exactly what I'm going to do, and then be faithful enough to stick to that plan. No. They're going to start doing frivolous stuff, and that's why they're going to end up with nothing. If they give us a bunch of reparations right now, like I saw how San Francisco kept talking about it, and I said, you know what, these reparation talks remind me of a rapper in the booth that don't never rap, but always be talking from turn my headphones up. All right. They're not gonna ever they're not gonna pay. They just doing this to set you up for the election.
No, every time when they crack, that's what had me down when they was talking about this, like connecting it to the floppacy. When you see, you told my reparations, like, you don't shut your. Oh man, you like, it's the election. What are you talking about, fam? Like what happened? Did they give it to you? Oh no. So is that part of the prophecy too, or what? is not getting reparations part of floppacy or what?
I mean, man, look, I'm for reparations. I think we deserve them, but man, I think that Black folks need to look at the people who actually got them and then find out what did they do to get them. Because there's a pattern that we can use, to make our case. But again, we love to entertain the fantasy. We hate to implement the reality.
What would be the lowest? What would be like the least you would be good? Like since you're down with reparations, what would be like the baseline that you would be accepted? You would take as acceptable.
The baseline for me, man, give me $1.5 million.
See, I'm with this, but bruh, just can we get some free education on certain stuff, or at the very least, can you make somebody tax exempt? You know what I'm saying?
Well, here's what I'm saying. I'd like to see, give me $1.5 million and make me tax and make my community tax exempt for the next 50 years. See, with $1.5 million, I already know what I'm going to do with it. I'm going to buy property. I'm going to invest in some long-term, high interest bearing stocks and things that will continue to turn over and create generational wealth for those coming after me, and have some compound interest on top of that. I don't need 100 million. Now that would be great, but the country got to be realistic. Getting every Black person in America that's a descendant of slaves getting $100 million, so it's going to break the country. It's going to do something to the country that's going to overturn. It's going to end up working against you. So what I'm saying, give me $1.5 million. At this point in our history, $1.5 million is not a lot of money. But you give it to me tax free, and then then no taxes.
So that's roughly $60 million right there.
No taxes.
Hold on, wait, excuse me, 600. Wait, hold on. Let me do the math in my head. I messed it up. Go ahead, I'm listening.
No taxes, and any Black child that's a descendant of slaves, let them go to any state-funded university, junior college, tuition free, and I feel like I will accept that, because that gives us a goal and a direction that we can start shooting for in terms of putting us, in a place where we can start to sustain ourselves or create our own type of economic foundation to really, have a voice. Because man, we are the second largest minority right now in this country. By 2025, between 2025 and 2030, we're gonna be the third, because the Asians are gonna pass us up. They're on track to do that right now. And the thing about it is, they have the economics to make their voice heard. That's why and like you said, the Jewish community is smaller in number, but they got the economics to dictate the politics to get their voice heard. So everybody was complaining about, well, how they get a Stop Asian Hate Bill and a Stop Jewish Hate Bill? Because they got the economics and to dictate to the politicians what they want done, and they know how to, what Kedrick said earlier in the chat, lobby and get together to make things happen.
Right, exactly. That lobby process is key. Like we can't like. So the whole point, like the efficacy in pointing out the Jewish community is the fact that they're a smaller community than us, right? But yet they wield more power than us politically and whatnot, right? Like so they're smaller numbers in the Congress and the Senate, all type of stuff, but yet they wield way more power with them smaller numbers and whatnot, right? And so that's paramount. We don't maximize our lobbying power and whatnot. And we really need to understand like how that's not efficacious for us going forward, and like how we're our own worst enemies in that regard. We don't even sell our vote, we give it away.
Man, all somebody got to do is play a Meg Thee Stallion song and twerk for us, and we'll be voting for them. I mean, it don't take much.
Right.
It don't take much, man. They just come with empty promises and a bunch of glitz and glamour, and we fall for it. I mean, it's just amazing to me how easily we fall for the okie doke. Like I said, we easy.
Like, so here's the cold part, OG. Like, so in my lifetime, I've been able to see it to where Bill Clinton was going on Arsenio Hall playing the saxophone, trying to get the vote and whatnot, to now you got Biden talking about, well, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. Like, they're not even trying no more, fam.
Oh man, they don't have to.
Not they're like, we don't even need to twerk no more, fam. We're just gonna tell them, hey, you do what you do, get in line. Right? You know what I'm saying? If you don't get in line, you're not black.
That's because we do hooker brother up politics. See, we had Obama for 8 years, right? We had a black face in the highest, office in the land. Some would say in the world. But all we got out of Obama was photo ops. That's why you got all these black folks on social media with the Obama family as their profile picture. And they ain't got nothing else to show for it. They got pictures of Malia. They got pictures of the other girl. They got pictures of Michelle. Look at them. They're such a good looking family. We thought Obama was going to go to office and act like our cousin. Yo, hook us up, hook a brother up. No, you got to put pressure on politicians. He went under the political party. And then we were mad that the alphabet community got so many things from him. And so people start calling him the first gay president and all these other things. Well, the reason they got those things from him is because they organized, strategized, they lobbied, and they put pressure on him and other politicians. And they said, look, we're going to withdraw our support and our finances and everything if you don't do this and that for us. The Jews do the same thing to their politicians. The Asians do the same thing. Anybody that gets anything out of the government has the power to lobby or to force them to do what they do. We got to remember, these are public servants. We pay their salary. We vote them in the office. Without us, they don't have a job. We talk about police brutality and other things in the community where if you control the politics in your community, you get to dictate to the police who they can police and how they can police.
That's the part that get me, OG, is the local politics is small numbers and whatnot. Like, it's easier to get local power than it is to get national power. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the part that kills me on the community level. It's like, fam, it should be very simple for us to do. Like, so you're talking about like the Jewish community, like the alphabet mafia, right? Like the alphabet lobby is like the most like efficient lobby out there. Like, you're talking about Obama in them, right? Like Obama came out talking about I'm not for gay marriage. I'm for civil unions and whatnot. To nope. Now he, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he had to be all for it by the time he was done. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man, somebody canceled a check, and he was like, "Well, wait a minute, write that check again. I'm gonna change my position." That's really what happened behind the scene, man.
I've never seen a lobby gain so much ground in so short a time as what they did. They hit the track running like a nosebleed.
We just thought Obama was going to do wonderful things because of his melanin. We just
exactly.
You just and you see all this stuff, man. Like, I'm not like, some folks listening to this might take this the wrong way, but like, the whole thing, black girl magic, this, that, and that. Black girl magic ain't got no black girls, nothing. Okay, so it's we turned into black girl tragic, black man tragic. Ain't no magic, because again, we love the ceremony, we love the fantasy, but not the implementation of the reality. And so we will come up with all kinds of slogans, all kinds of memes and optics. But when it comes to actually getting things practically done, man, that's where we always come up short. And then we end up complaining for the next 2 years, the next 4 years, or however long, and talking about what nobody has done for us instead of making ourselves accountable about what we haven't done for ourselves. We're going to sing about fried chicken. We're going to let these folks into our churches. We're going to do all this stuff and still be complaining 10 years from now about the same things because we won't make a change and do something different.
Right. Seems like everybody waiting on the year, you know what I'm saying?
In African American history, our most prosperous periods have been through self-help. Yes. It's never been government aided. It's always been self-help. It's been us getting up, busting our ass, building something, establishing our families, and doing what's best to progress. Not bitching, moaning, and crying about a reparations bill or Obama should have did X, Y, and Z. And no, that's never been the case. When we did good for ourselves, it's because we wanted it. After slavery, so the slaves were like, you know what? Education was the pride for me. I want to be educated. I want to learn how to read and write. They would do heinous things to me just to read. or learn how to read or even know the alphabet. Now I want to go do it. We don't have that thrive. When I say we, I ain't gonna say we. There are large swaths of people that don't have that thrive, and they rather just, I don't know, fall to the wayside and, you know, bitch and cry and moan, and hopefully Superman flies from the, you know, Washington D.C. and save them of all their issues and their problems and their 8 baby mamas. You know what I'm saying? No, man, you got to get up and solve your own issues, man. That's why I push individualism so hard, bro. I push that hard. But I also want to speak on you said something about a collective getting together on a local level, and this is what makes it hard and very strange for me, for someone like me, right? Because what's gonna happen is you're gonna get all these blue people in this one area, and I'm like, you know what? I'm not supporting these blue people, so I'm gonna move over here, where it's calm, cool, and collect. And you know, people ain't talking about some, oh, abortion is woman's health care, you know, stuff like that. So I kind of break away from that, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I hear you, but I don't know more. I don't know.
Nah, so even on that level, right? So on a micro level, you're like, you can't tell me there's not pockets of like, of like black conservatives in the country somewhere, right? I'm not saying they're gonna be like the biggest pocket, but like you can't tell me that they're not there and whatnot, right? And so even on that level, like if you're trying to like, so if it like, so for there's a lot of people like you who would want to move away from a certain area to go move to another area, right? That's all I'm like. So y'all should like, there's no reason why y'all can't get together and do the same thing, right? That's all I'm saying.
No, yeah, that's true. Like, and that what happens is what most people do. And you go with people that align with your ideals. Like right now, I'm looking to go buy a house. That house I'm gonna buy, then it ain't gonna be, you know what I'm saying? It's not gonna be, you know, close to the inner city, the medical center, nothing like that. It's gonna be out, you know, out of the city where it's red at. Because one, I want my house to be low taxes. You know, I don't want to get, you know, across the head with rising property taxes. And a lot of times that's because of building, you know, like if you go to like a new subdivision or something like that, and it's building and developing around it, you're going to have to pay for that. Like it's going to come up, it's going to make your taxes spike. But if you go somewhere that's slower, more rural, you don't have to worry about 1,000 buildings, you know, shopping complexes and schools and medical centers being built around you. So that can help with your taxes and whatnot. So it's just a different mindset too on that. Like, sure, if it's a bunch of black people that want to move or are in those areas, I'm cool with it. But in the same breath, like, man, I'm doing this for my personal benefit. People don't like that. They're like, oh, you should be moving in a collective. No, you gotta have, when you have a community, you got a community of individuals, and it depends on what those individuals are doing as far as benefiting the community. So if you got a community of a bunch of jackasses that's not really contributing anything, it's like, what's the point? We just here to say that we unified. You know what I'm saying? That's just my standpoint on it, bro.
Let me say this. I'm sorry. Go ahead, do your shoot.
I'll finish. Go ahead.
Let me say this too for the Negroes that's lurking, because you know they heard me say earlier, you know, if we get too much in terms of reparations, it's gonna break the country. They probably thinking like that's what we want. We want to break the country like Israel did when they came out of Egypt, right? Okay, here. Let me lay it out for them that's probably listening, because they think that's a good thing. Here's the difference between us and ancient Israel. All right, when ancient Israel came out of Egypt, they had a structure that was already put in place by God. You had a leader, you had a people that were unified and united behind that leader, and that leader appointed other leaders. You had a complete leadership, you had a total structure of organization, they had a plan in place, and they knew exactly where they were trying to go. These Negroes can't figure out which of those 54 countries on the continent of Africa they want to, or anywhere else in the world they want to. They're not organized. They don't have any kind of leadership structure or organization in place because we spend too much time bickering and arguing, and they too divided already. If you look at what's going on the internet right now, they already cannibalizing themselves. So how can you trust some of these people that's pushing this stuff to form anything and get behind each other? Because they get, again, that same all or nothing thing. Everybody got to believe this, or we ain't going with you. You a coon, you an agent, you know, this, that, and the other. Those are the people that will never get anything done for us. Because, again, their fuel is fantasy and fairy tale. They don't have a practical plan in place. If you ask any of these people to give you an actual workable plan, they don't have one other than, just, trust the prophecy that they can't even interpret properly. They can't agree on nothing. They don't have the experience necessary to make certain things happen. Moses was trained in all the wisdom of the Egyptians. He was in government. He learned from the top, how to organize and do things. And then he was wise enough to put other people in place amongst the Israelites who were wise enough and learned and knew how to do things. And so, again, they had a structure that we don't have. We're too fragmented, too divided, and not united to be thinking that just because we get a whole bunch of money, all of a sudden it's going to all come together. No, it's not. People are going to start doing their own thing just like they do now. And so, no, everybody don't want to go to some magical wilderness where you going, that y'all don't even know where y'all going, or go to some other kind of country or any of these other kind of things. And so, again, there's no clear plan for these 400-year folks and the other folks who think that, oh, we're just going to do this and just y'all going to make it all together. Half these folks don't got the right kind of spirit that y'all would bless anything they're doing because you're not blessing it now. But they deceived by the numbers and people that's following them, thinking that that's meaning that they're making an impact. And you're not. You're just misleading a bunch of people like the Pied Piper leading mice to their death.
See, I was going to take some shots when you said they had no plan, but then you cleared up and said they had no practical plan. Like, they got a plan. The plan is to build a whole Wakanda full of Nature Boy compounds. You know what I'm saying? They got a plan.
I'm glad you brought that up too, because that's another point that a lot of these pro-African African brothers or pro-Black brothers, I should say, it's always repatriation. I think a month ago I had a conversation with somebody about this. Like, shouldn't the focus of all of us be repatriation? Wait, hold on. When did you get the megaphone to represent everybody that's African American and what they want to do? Like, just because you want to repatriate or maybe you want to go to a certain African country does not mean all 40 or 50 million people want to do it. I don't understand that either. Like, it's like an innate will to return to Africa. Like, pump your brakes. Speak for yourself, man. Everybody don't want to go to damn Africa, bro. And it's like you said, when you get there, what are you gonna do?
Yo, people got to understand it's people who don't really study politics who are saying this, who are saying all that type of stuff, right? They don't understand like what their rights are as a citizen in this country. Therefore, they don't understand the rights they don't have in not being a citizen in some other country, right? And so, like, a lot of times they don't understand they might get residency, they might not even get residency. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, they don't have certain rights in other countries or whatnot, right? Like, it might be cool to go to Africa in 20 years or whatnot like that, right? Maybe. Like there's a lot of videos of people come talking like, oh man, I thought it was gonna be one thing when I moved over there. It was a whole nother thing. Like, bro, what'd you expect? What'd you think it was gonna be? Like, it's not America, fam. Like,
right.
And on top of that, though, like really, fam, like at this stage in the game, like in most places, you're not going to be a citizen like that, fam. And so that's a lot to give up for anything. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, imagine being here and not being so. Oh, I'm already a second-class citizen. Yeah, you say all that, fam, but you got rights as a citizen, fam. Like, go talk to somebody like, so for instance, like somebody who can't vote, like somebody who's like on a green card or whatnot, right? They're subject to the laws of this country. They're protected by the laws, but they can't participate in the political system or whatnot, right? You're trying to go be that somewhere else. Like I'm at, like, that's the cold part. Like, you don't want to participate in the political system here. Now you're going to go to a country where they won't let you do it. You know what I'm saying? That's different, fam. That's like, you're legitimately a second-class citizen over there. You know what I'm saying? Legitimately, legally a second-class citizen.
Man, like I said, everyone's, individual experience are different when going to Africa. There's no collective place that just is welcoming all, Afro Americans. They're not going to take all of us. I mean, you're not going to turn Uganda into Wakanda. It's just not going to happen. I know people that have been in Africa for over a decade and more still aren't citizens of the country they've been in. They're still resident aliens, so to speak. They still can't officially own property, even though they've invested and spent thousands of dollars in having homes and things built. There's still a lot of rights that they don't have. And then you listen to other people's accounts, they said, well, we're still looked at as foreigners. So in that, regard, we're still treated as foreigners, and they treat a lot of foreigners as, especially Black foreigners, as just, resources to get money out of. They overcharge us for everything. They treat white foreigners better than they treat Black foreigners. And so, and like I said, if you want to move to Africa, I'm not knocking it. For some people, it's a great thing. They love it. They're not coming back. For other people, it's different, and so, and that's the other thing too, is we need to be honest about that, man, is that there is no utopia waiting on all Black people in Africa. That's just not the case, and everybody's not as welcoming as we may think they are. And like I said, you got to go over there, get familiar with that country, that government. And some people have moved from country to country, still trying to find their way. So how long is that going to take for you to get adjusted and settled and decide, okay, this is where I'm going to be? And then how vested can you actually get into or be in that country and that government and things, like you should, in order to make sure you can affect change, protect yourself, your rights, and all these other kind of things. Like you said, you go into a different government, a different culture, a different way of living, a different perspective. And everything that you're used to over here is going to be quite different. Some people make the adjustment, some people don't. Some people have gotten over there and they can't come back because they stuck now, because they took so much for them to get over there. To build all of that back up to try to come back here is too much for some of them. So they're just trying to make it work where they are. And then some people, I watched videos recently where some people have left Africa. They didn't come back to America, but they went all off the continent, either to Europe or Asia or somewhere else. And they're enjoying themselves over there where they're at now. So it's, again, that's an individual decision and an individual experience. There's no singular place in Africa that all of us can go to, all 40 million plus people can go to and say, this is where, what we're going to do, go over there and make that new Black America or something like that. You can't do it.
That's an invasion. 40 million people at one time. How those people going to feel over there? 40 million people flood in at one time.
Man, you see what the Zulus did to trying to think the name of the people. Well, the whole thing between the South Africans and the people from Botswana. They have their own tribal divisions that go back thousands of years that they're not letting go of anytime soon. When you go over there as a Black American, you're just another tribe. And you're not indigenous in their eyes to the continent or to wherever it is you're at.
Right.
And then you atheist Blacks, you're going to go over there to some of the most religious people on the planet. Y'all know how disrespectful y'all are towards religion, whether it be Islamic or maybe another African traditional religion. You're going to go over there trying to disrespect them because you feel like Black people shouldn't have a religion. Get into debate with them now, they might put your ass to death or something, They might inflict harm on you, bro. Like, they're not going to try to politic with you and argue with you or try to go back and forth with you. I don't think it's going to go down like that.
Nah. See, for me, something that would interest me is like people hear about like this 40 acres and mule concept or whatnot, right? And most people haven't read the legislation and whatnot that's attached to whatnot. However, like in that legislation, like there's a certain portion of America that actually that's actually dealing with it and whatnot. It's a like certain coastline areas and whatnot in the southeast or whatnot. I like, to me, like if there was like some kind of reparations package or something like that, I would be interested in the land that would have been apportioned to the freed slaves at the time, being converted to like some semi-autonomous area for African Americans and whatnot to be able to go deal with it whatnot, right? Almost like how like you have like a Native American tribal situation to where like it's semi-autonomous or whatnot. You can either have it be like a domestic dependent nation or domestic sovereign nation or whatnot. But Like to me, that would be. I would rather have something like that before I would go to an African country, whatnot, because like you're talking about, OG, like we're not first generation. They're never going to see us as them, fam. And they might like depending on how it works. Like so, I'm seeing some interesting stuff now, and this is one thing that I find about like interesting about the genetics and whatnot is going forward. You're going to find that like there's going to be more and more African countries that are going to take us as citizens, but they're going to need us to take a DNA test. And they're most of them, like the countries that are doing that are connecting with African ancestry, whatnot, right? So you got to prove you descend from people from that country, whatnot. You know what I'm saying? To me, that's gonna be interesting going forward because like when I'm seeing that, they're talking about being citizens. Okay, that's a little bit different than me moving over there being a resident or whatnot, right? I could think about like there's even talks about there being like a dual citizenship kind of a thing where like if you're from the African diaspora or whatnot, that you can get some kind of like an African passport kind of a thing, like an African citizenship within the African Union and whatnot, right? That could be interesting and whatnot going forward or whatnot. But just to go over and be a resident, son, like trading citizenship for residency is just a hard one for me to swallow. I don't care what country it is. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And people need to look into, because there's a lot of countries in Africa that will not allow dual citizenship. Because a lot of folks that leave here want to retain their American citizenship just in case. But you got to find out which country, when you try to repatriate back to the African continent, you got to find out what countries, because everybody has, like you said earlier, that the laws are different from country to country. You know, and then the other thing too is, man, Black Americans have to stop thinking of Africa as one country. It's 54 separate nations,
yes,
with over 3,000 tribes that speak over 2,000 languages. It's not. It is not a monolith in any way, shape, or form. You know, when you go to these places, there's some deep divides and distinct differences that you and your American view or your Western way of thinking is not going to change. You're not going to go over there and take over and make these people change and become what you want them to be so it can make you comfortable. No, you're going to have to conform and adjust, to what you want. To what they want. And because that's their country. And look at right now, the upheaval going on, they kicking out, France and other European countries. If they get rid of these folks, then they're going to let a new group of folks, just because we, phenotypically look like them, come over and think that we're going to set up shop and take over either. They're not allowing you to go over there and participate in government, like you said earlier. I don't, at this present time, maybe there is, but I don't know. I don't know of a Black person that has gone from America to an African nation and become somebody prominent in government. I haven't heard of it.
Facts.
And if there is someone, I'm sure it's probably an anomaly or a one-off, but you're not gonna, you're not gonna see those kind of things. Foreigners can come over here like Arnold Schwarzenegger or somebody, and they're becoming governor of California, but you're not going to Africa and becoming the governor of Oyo State in Nigeria.
Yeah, I can't think of one African country that would let us do that. I literally can't think of one where we'd be eligible for anything like that.
In the history, it happened in Sierra Leone. Historically, but not no modern times. No,
Yeah,
you're not going over there and run government and decision making. You guys you lost your mind. You're going to go to a foreign country and dictate some shit.
Bro, I be seeing it all the time too. Like I be seeing all kind of videos of people going around like, oh man, they just don't know. They still colonizing how they think over here. We got to come here and retrain them on how they think. I'm like, bro, y'all doing too much. Y'all are the neo colonizer. What are you talking about? Y'all are the new colonizer Africa. Y'all trying to go switch it up over there. You're trying to switch them up.
It's just not gonna happen, man. But,
nope.
Like I said again, people invest more in the fantasy than they care to in the reality. And, I would rather focus on changing, my reality from the one that it is to the one that I want it to be. If not for me, at least for the generations that are coming after me.
Exactly. Yeah. Because what it looked like, what it looked like, you know what I'm saying? Like you're going to, you go to Africa right now in a situation where you're giving up citizenship for your children or whatnot, right? Like, so you're talking about the generations behind you, whatnot. Like, they don't get that. They don't get to be citizens in the country. You know what I'm saying? It's not like they get birthright citizenship because they're born there. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then and there's a bunch of situations where people are losing everything. Again, to me, it makes more sense to where I don't understand like the flea doctrine before you like, so what you're talking about Israel is a perfect example, right? Like you're saying, like they were a nation of people with the leader before they dipped, right? They were a unified collective before they dipped. They had a way of living before they dipped. You know what I'm saying? They had an understanding before they dipped. Like this whole every man for himself. I don't got it. Like, you think you're not going to be like, so you're not a productive member of society over here in a sense to where like politically we're not moving in a situation to where like we're productive in that level, right? So what makes you think we're going to go to another country and do so? It's not going to happen, fam. Like it makes more sense that we, like, if you're going to do it here first and then do it over there. At least you have some kind of political influence in America that you could have back when you go to Africa, whatnot, right? Like, so if you're gonna go to Africa, like it makes sense to bring the wealth of America with you. Like, so right now you got China buying up everything. Like, so you got Nigeria buying Chinese fighter planes and whatnot now. You know what I'm saying? That got me wild out. I'm like, oh, word, we're doing that now. Like, we can't offer nothing like that, bro. Like, what do we have to offer Africa when we go over there? But American educations.
Soul food,
man,
hair care product. I mean, just, that's a great question. That's a great point, man. If you're going to go somewhere and become part of that society, you have to have something to offer that shows you can contribute to it. They're not going to let you go over there and just be a freeloader. They don't have the kind of government programs we have here, that support people in terms of, government sustenance and things of this sort. You don't have a WIC program and all the other kinds of things, healthcare access and different types of things like that. It's not like they without certain things, but as a foreigner, when you go to these countries,
exactly,
they may not have it for you.
100% they don't got it for you like that, fam. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the part that people, they don't expect when they do the travels. Like, again, they're not that politically active here in America to understand the difference between, like, oh, like they buy the rhetoric of, oh, you're a second-class citizen. Okay, got you. But now when you really are a second-class citizen, that's a whole different thing. Like, there's a difference between being a actual citizen and just not choosing to partake of citizens, like the citizenry and whatnot, right? And the rights thereof. And then there's the aspect of, like, you can't, you're restricted from doing so even if you want to. But that's crazy. Like, I couldn't imagine. Like, when I was 18, I couldn't wait to vote, bro. I could not wait to vote. I heard all kinds of stories about poll taxes, this, that, and the third. I could not wait to vote, just to shove it down people's throats. You can't stop me from voting. I couldn't imagine going to a country where I can't have no say in the political situation. That would just, bro, I can't imagine. Like, it blows it's scary to me to think about that. And people just jump in with both feet and they're taking their families with them. I'm like, bro, what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? And for some people, like, there's some people who are very well researched, and they know exactly what country they're going to. They know what they have jobs that translate. They actually get work over there before they, you know what I'm saying? Before they go over there, they have it all. No, I'm not talking about them. No, y'all cats know what y'all doing. I'm talking about them cats that are just going on a wing and a prayer and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I'm gonna get over there and the Omi Nana gonna take care of me. No, it's
not.
No, it's not. It is not. They're gonna be like, you are a foreigner, you are an American. I mean, I remember when I was in the Marine Corps, we had early 90s, right after Desert Storm, you had the situation in Somalia. They called it Operation Desert Hope. Do you know they were saying to us over there? American nigga, go home.
Damn.
That's what they were. So
damn.
That's what they were saying, man. I mean,
the white man tricked you. The white man tricked you, man. That the white man tricked you. It was a bunch of white people dressed up in blackface.
That's what it was. Okay, yeah, I guess they was the ones shooting at us. We was trying to feed them and stuff like that, and bring aid and all that other stuff. I mean, it was a lot of other stuff going on too behind the scenes. But I mean, man, it's just interesting. Again, like I said, we have this in the West. We tend to have this we romanticize Africa, and we do it, you know, to our own detriment. And then, you know, when people actually go over there and they actually tell us, hey, this is what it is, a lot of times we don't even listen to them. There are a lot of people on the continent that are giving good information, and they're very accurate, and they're telling you. Some people, like I said, some people are doing well, some people aren't. Some people have come back. You know, some people stay for whatever their reason. Some people have left Africa, didn't come back to America, and went elsewhere. They're doing quite well there. So again, like I said, the lack of organization, people aren't involved with things. You can't go to some of these countries with your American sense and sensibilities talking about some of my rights. You don't have none over there.
Right.
The stuff you can get away with over here, you're not going to be able to get away with in a lot of places over there.
On top of that, you're gonna run into a crazy culture shock. You know what I'm saying? You like you over in America thinking you African is all hell, but like you're gonna go to Africa and recognize, oh fam, I'm not that African. Like I have a whole American culture that I'm used to. Like what I thought was African culture is not African culture, whatnot. Like you're gonna be the outsider. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, wait. Somebody told me that game banging was African tribalism. So all you gotta do is bring a game banger over there. They practice African culture.
Hey,
man. Hey.
You know what? I'm trying not to talk too much, just because like I'm mad because like I'm thinking about like because you know you actually see like the videos of them trying to do like cripping over there over in Africa. I'm like, what are y'all doing, fam? Like like that broke my heart when I saw that stuff. Like they try to do American gang shit over in Africa. I'm like, oh no,
yeah,
no, what do you stop it?
Man,
like we're influencing Africa the wrong way. I'm seeing a lot of negative things from Black America popping up in Africa, man. And a lot of the Africans who see it too are saying, we don't want y'all over here with that, man.
Right. Exact, fam. We're getting looked at a little bit lower than Nigerians in Africa. That's a cold piece. No disrespect to Nigerians, but we already like in terms of like the continental what's the word I'm looking for? Their how they're known, basically, right? Their reputation or whatnot, right? Like, you're like they're known as like the scammers of Africa, what you know what I'm saying? Like, and we're starting to get looked at as lower than that, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you're American? Oh, you an American Negro? Oh, okay. Like, that's a cold piece, man. I hate getting that look from continental Africans when they like, oh, you're American? Oh, okay. Like, oh, word. Y'all look at me like I'm lower than whale crab. I'm like, come on now.
It's sad, man. Like I said, I have no doubt that there are a lot of good people, great people in Africa and places that you can go and do well. But you know, man, I think like you said too, people who go over there and do well tend to have a lot of their research together. They got their finances together.
Right.
You know, they got their mindset prepared that when they go over there, you know, you got to leave America behind, literally.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you got to accept what it is you're going into and not trying to bring any of this stuff. And the way I feel about a lot of our people, man, that go over there and don't do well, or some of these folks that have never been anywhere, you know, and always talking about where they're going to go over there and do this and do that. Well, they have no concept of what it's like in these other places because, again, they living with the fantasy. You know, and they haven't really investigated the reality. And before you make a move like that, you need to go, like it was said earlier in the chat, visit several times.
Yes. Dear God, yes. Like, and if you can't afford to go visit first on do some reconnaissance or whatnot, maybe you shouldn't do the move, man. Like, I'm just gonna put that one out there.
Exactly.
But I'll tell you like this though, like the African countries know what time it is. Like they're smart. There's a reason why they're doing it two ways. Like you got to have a DNA to go back to get citizenship to certain countries because there's only like a handful of countries that are doing that right now. And then the other ones are doing it for like its residency. Like they don't want us all coming to one spot, fam. they're trying to make sure, like, no, you can't have 45 million people coming to one spot. You're doing too much. We're not about to have other man. I'm intrigued to see how many people end up having ancestry that go back to Nigeria. You know what I'm saying? Because Nigeria is projected to be like super populated in the next couple of decades.
Well, man, some people gonna be disappointed. They're gonna do their DNA and find out that they're not as African as they thought. Some people gonna be very disappointed. I mean,
yeah. See, that's gonna be the cold part. Is like that's what I'm saying. Like Africa's gonna start telling, like, so. Let's say you're one of these people like that find out they're not as African as they thought it. Like the country gonna be like, nah, fam. You don't get to be a citizen. You don't trace back over here like that. It's not like that. There's people who try to use the autosomal test like MyHeritage, and the country's like, nope. You got to show me Y DNA, fam. And you got to show me you connecting to the African people here. Like they're about like after like if I could buy stock in an African ancestry DNA, I probably would, because I can see where they're lined up with the African Union to where they're about to get a huge contract to where like. The way you get the dual citizenship and the way you get all the stuff is you have to go through them.
Wait, more. So you just can't say you black?
For real, you can't say that. They need to know black, like they really need to know your ancestry. So you gotta show paternal or maternal ancestry going back to them countries or whatnot.
But brother, they black.
Nope.
I'm black.
Nope.
We all black, brother.
No,
that's family.
So check this out. They're like, cool.
Magic.
They like that you could be black. Are you Nigerian? You can be black. Are you Ghanaian? That's what they want to know. You feel me?
I mean, bro, look at all the black people over here who be claiming Native American ancestry, and man, these tribes is not giving you no tribe card. They're not giving you no benefits.
No, I'm hurt too, bro, because I can prove it. You heard? I'm mad about it. I'm like, nah, homie. Like my mama's mama, homie. What you talking about?
See, you might be able to prove it, but most of these Negroes talking that they can't prove nothing, man. They can't. They just making a claim and watching YouTube videos of some folks fake pictures of black folks with their hair matted.
Hey, you know what they're finding out though? They're finding that when grandma had that picture, like, oh, I had that grandma with the good hair and the high cheekbones. They're finding out, oh, grandma was mixed with some other stuff. Was what that was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she was mixed with great grandpa, Danny from Nova Scotia. That's
right. Exactly. all kind of Scotch Irish or something like that.
That's why they don't like history, man, because it's like it's not as exciting as they want it to be, or it doesn't fit the fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they wanted to say, yeah, I'm 100% Navajo or something. Like, bro, the history not gonna line up with that, and then especially when you do your DNA test, it's rare. You got some Black Americans that do line up with it. And a lot of them people calling themselves Native Indians don't line up with it either. That's the crazy part about it.
Bruh.
You some folks the Cherokees kicked out the tribe. They were like, go get on, Negro, go.
That's the part that be killing me.
They kicked them out. They evicted them. You ain't one of us.
I got so many native cousins that are R1B. It's crazy.
That's why I'm about to say they did what Teo did before Teo. You know, they did the same thing. You know, Teo found out he was Eastern European or whatever, and he was like, "Fuck that! I'm not regarding that. I'm Native American." They did that, bro. Before Teo even had a YouTube presence, they were already making excuses for the European Y-DNA and mtDNA.
Mm-hmm. A lot of them do have like the native mtDNA still or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? And for a lot of native people, that's even more important because a lot of tribes they go like by maternal descent and whatnot. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But yeah, I was shocked. I was like, man, like, and not even just the R1B. I was shocked like how many native homies the cousins had the J1. I was like, word.
Yeah, I got a similar situation. Man. I mean, my grandmother was raised partially on a reservation. She has two names. You know, her Indian name was Payo. So I know we have a connection, but again, man, I'm not relying on that. You know, because the more you know, I've done extensive research with my genealogy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, back, you know, all the way to as early as 1501 is the earliest date I have on documents. And all the information that I pulled up, man, has told me a story that don't fit the narrative that we often hear, you know, here in Black America and the things about it. And I tell people all the time, you can't do nothing about your past. Whoever your ancestors are who they are. Right. You're here now. And that, you know, and so you have to own that and you should be proud of who you are without being ashamed. But because of all the pseudoism and different things that have been piped through into people's eardrums and all the bad, poorly interpreted prophecy that folks have used to try to prove their identity, you know, people can't even accept the truth about themselves. They start going back in their genealogy, which is going to actually give you a more clear picture of your more recent relatives, at least 400 to 500 years back, since everybody want to talk about the 400 years. Well, research your genealogy. Mm-hmm. You know, go and, you know, check and see who's on that family tree. Start asking some of your relatives questions, before the older ones, especially before they die and leave here, so that they don't leave here with that information. You know, trace back your grandparents, your great-grandparents as far as you can go. Look up the census records, pull up birth certificates, marriage license, death certificates. Pull up all these things and start putting the pieces of the puzzle together. It's really not that hard to do. Collaborate with some of your other family members, you know, and the information is going to be the information. The truth is the truth. That's who you are. You know, you can't leap over all of that and then jump into Deuteronomy and say, this is who I am. No, you are more close to these people with these more recent records. You know, the genealogies in the Bible are so old that nobody can prove that they have an actual connection to them unless they have an unbroken document or something that goes back 3,000 years that trace them all the way back to Jacob. And I don't know anybody that has that. I hear Jews talk about this, but I've never seen it produced.
Teo do, they said they connect back to Yaya Negro.
I thought they went back to Black Khazars. What you saying?
No, they go back to Yaya Negro, man. They're from the tribe of Judah, and they connect to. Didn't they say they connect to Moroccan Sephardic Jews, something like that? More, you know what I'm talking about. They said they saw haplogroup G in the Moroccan.
Yeah,
Jews.
so they saw haplogroup G in Morocco and also in Ethiopia.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean,
but nah, like so yeah, like so
something else. But they better look at who your more recent. I mean, like I said, folks always talking about they know they come from this. They don't even know who their great grandparents were. You know, some of these folks don't even know if the man they call dad is their real dad, and they still talk about they know exactly where they come from. Charles might not be your dad; he might be, you know, your mama boyfriend. I know that sounds harsh, but I'm just saying. You know,
that's the truth. In our community, that is the truth, bro.
I've seen too many videos like that where people done took the DNA test and I'm like, wait a minute, what? They call it their parents like, wait, why y'all ain't told me? Because again, like when you get a good DNA test, they give you your DNA relatives and whatnot, right? You find out, wait, like my uncle's my dad, my dad's my uncle. Whoa, what? Who? What?
I mean, man, they better Kerry Washington, for instance. She just found out her mother been lying, and her mother and father been lying to her all these years. The dude that raised her, that she get the Washington name from, well, that's not her father. So when she sat down with Gates to do the test, the parents had to tell, the mom had to say her dad was a sperm donor. Now, her mom is still lying, and she really been busted. Kerry Washington was born in 1977. The first artificial insemination in this country wasn't done until 1978. So it's again, we even got this issue with parents that don't even want to tell the truth about look at what just happened to Kirk Franklin. His mama still don't want to tell the truth after 2 DNA tests. And so we have all of this, you know, these secrets, and folks don't want to come clean in the Black community. Look at how many times we got to go to the funeral.
Yeah, all kind of
find out that Imogene ain't your sister, she your mama, and all these. We got to find out all these things before somebody die. That's a problem in our community, man. The lack of accountability and integrity, and people holding secrets and dying with information, hold it till they die, and nobody finding out. And that's another thing. DNA, man, blows the lid off of all of that.
Yes. This is one thing I don't understand. Like, I've always wondered why. Like, so when you take enough of these DNA tests, you recognize that like certain companies have very similar autosomal profiles that they use or whatnot. So, for instance, like if you take like 23andMe and Ancestry DNA, their autosomal profile is almost exactly the same. It's very, very similar and whatnot, how they break stuff down. However, like 23andMe gives you like your Y DNA, your mtDNA with it, right? Whereas in Ancestry, they don't give you that, but they give you like if you get their whole package and whatnot, you get all this stuff we talk about in terms of genealogy and whatnot, right? Like to me, like if Ancestry just went ahead and just added the whole Y DNA and mtDNA to their thing, like 23andMe, I think they would be blowing everybody out the water because that's what everybody wants. They want their history and that's why they get their DNA stuff. You know, they want to know. Stuff like the genealogy and where they come from. They're trying to answer them kind of questions or whatnot. But a lot of people don't know how to put it all together and whatnot. So Ancestry is kind of cool because like once you start looking, they start giving you suggestions and whatnot. If they start shooting you stuff like, oh, word, I didn't know about this. If you put the family tree together, it's crazy.
Man, I've heard, like I said, Kerry Washington mama talking about some her dad was a sperm donor. They don't know who he is. That's a lie. Then you got other folks that they had a parent or somebody in a serious situation where they want to give them bone marrow or something to help them. They go and, you got to get DNA. You got to do all that to see if you're compatible. And people then found out through some of these tests, and I'm just using that as an example. I know there's been some cases where folks were going to try to give, do something for a relative or parent thinking, okay, well, I'm their direct descendant. And then find out, no, you're not. So all these, the DNA, all this stuff, man, Black America need to just go down to the river and wash. We just need to come clean.
Yes. Man. Yes. 100%, bro.
We just need to come clean. It's important that us in particular, our generation and our generation coming after us need to know the truth, where we come from, who my daddy, who my grandfather, where these people really come from. And I see this person name was this, how her name become that. All these different questions need to be asked, man, because it's left us in this constant, loop of going around in circles looking for our identity.
Yes.
And that's why it's so easy to get people caught up in identity cults or other types of ideologies that give you an identity that you can be proud of. And you end up getting swept away into that. And so people would just rather accept, again, prophecy and other things that they can just use their own belief to say that I believe this is true without having to have actual concrete proof to say, no, this, that, and what it is what it is. It doesn't dismiss the prophecy, but let's find out if you really line up like you think you do.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed that the more this DNA stuff been coming out, especially the more y'all been talking about it and stuff like that, more folks who were pushing it at first are going further and further away from it. Let my brother Derek Mason say, the DNA tests are the boogeyman. It opens up. It don't just open up a can of worms. It stick the shovel in the ground and dig the worms out.
Mm-hmm.
Look at what Brother Derek said, Jashub. See that right there?
Which one?
That comment, more. Look what he said. I found out last year, Thanksgiving, through DNA, that the man who I thought was my paternal grandfather indeed was not. You see what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
These kind of things happen in our family, man.
That's the white man trying to trick him. Is your grandfather black? Hey, Derek, is your grandfather black? But then I got a follow-up question, brother. Put in the chat, was your paternal grandfather or the man you said you thought was your paternal grandfather black? Because
See,
if he
and then look
black
at that.
and you black, if he black and you black, that's your paternal grandfather, brother.
That's how we be doing it, huh? Just based all on phenotype, man. You know, and like I said, you know, we laughing, but man, it's a serious thing, man. Because I'm sad to know that, because that's that's symptomatic of our culture, man. He said he had to scrap the whole paternal section of his tree.
Yeah.
Because he trying to get the real information, and people who probably know the real information either are now dead and gone, or they're not giving up the information, man. My cousin, I have a uncle cousin. I guess he a he a kunkle or a cousin. He was raised with my father as his brother because he was adopted by my grandparents, but he's my auntie's oldest son. And so all my life, I called this guy my uncle. My dad said, "This is my brother." Well, and that was because that's how my dad was raised with him. But my dad always knew the truth. And then I found out later on, he was like, well, he found out your auntie was actually his mama when he was grown. And man, it sent him in a tailspin for years, man. That messed him up, and so like I said, I know these stories, if they're in my family, I know it's in other people's family. It ain't just on a Tyler Perry movie. This is a reality. For a lot of people. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna add also there's like hatred. Like with my family, like they hate my grandfather, my paternal grandfather. They hate him. The ones that knew him, they don't like him because he was already he was married. And my grandmother like was a fling, you know what I'm saying? It was a woman coming around at a gambling spot. They ended up having sex and having my father. So they don't really like him. Like my father didn't like him. He felt like he couldn't go to him for things. He felt like he was treated like a stepchild, blase. So with that, also the animosity, the people that know your grandfather, you go to them, hey, what about my granddaddy? What about that side of the family? They don't want to talk about, why you want to learn about him? He ain't no good ass nigga, all that other shit. So then that part of your history get deleted because you can never learn about those people because there's animosity and there's hatred and,
right.
There's beef there.
And that's horrible for us, right? Because so out of most communities, like what most people don't understand about us is like we have a question mark in terms of trying to figure like who are we? Like most of us have that question going up, whatnot, right? And what you're talking about, Yusuf, like it happens way too often to where like we get parts of our lineage cut off. We can't even investigate that stuff anymore, and so much stuff gets lost so quickly. In just one generation and whatnot, because you lose access and whatnot, and it's so sad because like that question mark of who am I, where do I come from is it's a lot of people don't understand how much that weighs on a person or whatnot, right? Like I've talked to a lot of people that when I've talked to them about like investigating my history, they always come back to me like, you know what, I never stopped and thought about where y'all came from before slavery, whatnot, or blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah, most people don't stop to think like that because you already know a little bit about your history. Like, your people came from wherever they came to the Americas, whatever. Like most people retain something, right? They know like, oh, my grandma's Italian, my grandma's like, they got something, right? For us, we just like it starts off with a question mark. It's literally like it's a mystery to begin with. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so to add to that mystery, like on your own is like that's to me, that's just a tragedy. I've seen that in my own family, to where like there's been like a bunch of crazy deathbed confessions and whatnot. And it's like, man, did it really need to be like that? You know what I'm saying? And the answer is no. It don't got to be like that. We could we can choose to not add to the question mark, and it's a tragedy that we do sometimes.
Hey, Moore, I gotta say this, bro. I'm glad, and I know you probably glad. I know my brother Black Tassie is probably glad. Well, he was born before this. The Jerry Springer era. I'm glad I'm not a Jerry Springer baby. Bro, it's embarrassing. I have like 9 different men.
Maury Povich.
Your mama be up there.
The Maury Povich was the coldest. Oh, you are not the father. Like,
Oh no, bro.
It-
I mean, yeah, that's what
Maury
I'm
used to
getting
do
at,
it cold. Maury used to have like the same chick come back like 3-4 times with like a bag of dudes every time, and she still be running off stage crying because it wasn't none of them. Like, oh, you was out there hoeing like that,
Right.
Oh,
And then that's on footage, like people buying the
forever,
CDs and the DVDs, and
man,
you got to grow up and live with that legacy. Come on,
bruh.
man. Hell no, I couldn't do it. I
No,
would disown my mama like a mother, bro. I would never see my mom ever again, man. That is embarrassing, bro. That's crazy.
that's why we got to figure out, like, in terms of like our culture, what aspect of our culture are we going to embrace, and what aspect of our culture are we going to recognize as like some kind of corporate culture that was handed to us or whatnot, right? Because when we came out of slavery, fam, like yeah, there was a lot there. Okay, almost there was a lot of story. There was a lot of like stuff that was left unsaid and whatnot, right? But in terms of like that, there to where you had one chick with that many dudes, like, no, that wasn't happening, fam. That was not happening. You had the deathbed confessions that was going on all day, right? I'm not that's been a part that thinks that they won. I ain't gonna lie about that one. But in terms of like the promiscuity, the single parent households and whatnot, the culture was way different and whatnot.
And how short is that window for the plantation? For the when a woman's impregnated, how short is that window? Because for you to come up with 9 different dudes, like how frequent were you getting your freak on, man?
That's like like what was she practicing for freak nigga? Whatnot? What was going down?
Man.
Yeah.
Like,
and
I know women that got kids, man. It's like, well, who's the father? I don't know. Pick a daddy. Any daddy. Like it's a magic card trick or something. They just deck of cards with a bunch of Negroes on there. Pick a daddy, any daddy.
Mm-hmm.
Like you was with all these dudes at the same time. You know, like what you change your name to Hometown Buffet for a week or something? Like what happened? You know, just everybody was at your restaurant getting a free meal.
Derek, I can't imagine. I don't like. I'm glad I had to go through that right there. No, man. He said, "No, imagine being grown, pulling up Maury clips on YouTube, seeing your mama running backstage from the camera when he read the results."
Yeah, Maury did it cold. Like so Jerry Springer at the time, it was all choreographed and whatnot, right? You know what I'm saying? Like Maury got some real stuff. Like there was like girls running off with real tears. You know what I'm saying? Like in real embarrassments. Like I legit remember seeing one girl come down on 3 different episodes. Like it was for real, like 10 different dudes. I was like, and they still hadn't found the father after the 3rd episode. I was like, damn, son. Like I was just like, yo.
They got the baby.
Yeah. And they kept doing the same. They got the baby picture up, then they put the dude picture. Oh, so you look just like the baby. You know, like, no, you were not the father. Oh, you look just like the baby. Oh, you were not the father. You look just like the baby. You are not the father. Oh, damn, I was hurt, bro. Like that.
Man, think about how most of those kids are grown now, man.
Yeah, exactly.
But can you imagine? I mean, like if they did a "Where Are They Now" babies episode for all those kids that they didn't know who the father was, man, that would be crazy, man.
I'd be scared to see it. Actually, I would really be scared to see it.
Man, I'd be glued to the TV. Man.
I'd be scared to see it, bro.
It would take hours and hours, man. I would have all kinds of coffee. I would not go see it. I would turn the phone off. I would binge watch the whole, however long it took. I'd be like, Lord have mercy. Little Leon.
Bruh. I'll be so scared to watch you, bruh. Because statistically, you already, it'd be horrible. You already know what it's supposed to turn out to. Go ahead.
I would take my chances of repatriating to Africa.
See, that's what I'm saying. The stats is like the numbers that don't look good here, fam. Houston, we have a problem. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, some of them kids got just as good a chance find their daddy over there.
I'm mad at you.
Man.
I'm mad at you. I'm mad at you.
I'm just saying, man.
You want to talk about genealogy, man? God, that's a hell of a...
Emotional, damn it.
Man. Whew. It'd be like Black Dynamite. Remember that scene he walked with the woman, them two girls jumping rope? And they go, what's your name? And the girl say, tell her name. And they go, what's your name, sir? He go, I'm Black Dynamite. My mama said my daddy named Black Dynamite. Yeah. My mama said my daddy named Black Dynamite too. He said, oh, hush up, little girl. A lot of cats got that name.
Man, it's a sad story, man. Golly.
Yeah.
It's a ugly. I mean, man, to keep from crying, we have to make light of it, man, because it's a serious.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
I'm serious. It's a ugly reality, man.
Oh,
I'm serious, man. Like Kendrick said, high school was terrible for them. Man, I hope none of those kids at that school knew that kid was the baby Omari, man. That would be horrible, man. That would be horrible to go through that, man. Man.
Mm-hmm.
you get a baby all fucked up name.
I mean, man. Boy, that's some trauma for you, boy.
Y'all want to go to Africa with all these Shaquandras and Kentrails and shit. Y'all got
Man.
they're not gonna let you into the tribe with them names.
That ain't no that ain't no Igbo name.
Look, the cold part is you find out your name means something crazy in that actually in the African language or whatnot. Like, you want to know what your name actually means? You know what I'm saying? Nah.
Oh shit, that'd be crazy.
Man.
Tisha Lardell Williams.
Be like them people who get the Chinese tattoos and don't know what it means in Asian restaurant. Like, you know what that really say, right?
I mean, man, you remember the Nation of Islam was like putting the X for their last name? Some folks gonna be like, what's your name? XX. What that? I don't know who I am.
My name is question mark. What you saying?
Yeah. I mean,
And
man,
then if you put male names into female names, John Tate, like, oh my god.
they take some of the names that I've heard, man, they just sound pure laziness. I just like I hear some of these kids that I'm like, your parents are lazy. I'm like, how she gonna take? Yeah, they take I'm like, how you come up with that kid name? Well, his daddy named Melvin, and my name is Shatete, so I put his name and my name together. So this Melv Shate. Like, girl, that don't make Mel Shate, Melvin and Shate. I'd be like, you and Melvin need it.
They need their ass kicked. Now that baby ain't gonna never be able to repatriate.
The cold part is they're gonna find out that the 10th daddy, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna take the 10th DNA test and find out he can't repatriate because he's R1B.
Oh shit. And that's the crazy thing, you know, some names that are considered ghetto, like Darius. Darius is
European,
Persian, right?
Darius, yes, Middle Eastern, yeah.
There was another one that was Gaelic. I can't think of the name. Keisha is I want to say Islamic or Arabic or something like that. But there's one that's Gaelic, man.
Mm-hmm.
That we see it as I forgot the damn name. I forgot what it is, but it's a popular black.
We take something and we think if it's enough of us name that, it belongs to us. Like everybody just assume if you don't see the person, but you hear their last name is Jones, that they black. No, the white Jones family is bigger than the black Jones family, guaranteed. And they probably looking at the rest of the black Joneses and be like, y'all need to give us our name back.
Bro, I was so messed up when I ran into some white Swains. I was like, the people with my last name, I was like, oh man, it hit me in the face. I was like, wow, okay. Yeah. I was like, your grades ain't my own, my grades ain't was good.
I mean, man, we do it to everything. We take food and do it. We think we the inventors of macaroni and cheese and collard greens.
Tyrone is Gaelic. Someone looked it up. Tyrone.
No way.
Yeah, man. You think about some of the famous white people named Tyrone. Tyrone Booth Powers. Yeah, man.
Huh.
You see a lot of folk, if you start looking up white folks with those names, man, a lot of them had that names. But it's just like in our culture here in America that we've, built for ourselves, and there is Black American culture. It's again, Black American culture is not like Black African culture.
Right.
So people try to say we don't have culture. I've heard that from Africans, and I've had to tell them, no, that's wrong.
That's crazy.
We do have culture.
100%.
I hate when they try to insult us by telling us we don't have culture. The Black Americans have a clear culture, but in our culture, it seems like we have gravitated towards certain names and certain other things that's, we see as being our own because we added, our own little jazzmatazz to it, or it just became common amongst us. I said, macaroni and cheese, that's Italian. That ain't us. we learned how to make macaroni and cheese and potato salad living in the ghettos next to Italians and Irish people. Other folks were eating collard greens before we were.
Yeah, that's true.
And so we just, and so it's just certain things though. But like I said, we adopt certain things and, incorporate it into what we do. And I mean, maybe we end up doing it better than anybody else can do it, but it is what it is, man.
You saying oxtail pizza ain't black, bro? What you saying?
I'm just saying, man. I mean, that might be. That might be. But I'll say this, man, just, to Black Americans, and here's what I'll say about this. Like I said, we make it light and fun, but one thing that this does reflect is the resiliency, man, of Black people's survival in the West. We created a culture, that's distinctly different from other cultures. It's really a testament, man, to our ability to survive, adapt, and thrive. And so it's not something to be ashamed of, but it is something that we do have to be honest about and hold in its proper esteem, So I mean, we can laugh at it because we come from the culture.
That's crazy. That's so close to my name too. That's funny.
Yeah, it's Gaelic.
Yeah.
See, it comes from this word right here. What's the name of a Gaelic kingdom? Medieval Ireland.
Jashu, the Moore said it's so close to his name. He was one love song away from being Tyrone. I don't know what his parents.
Bruh, when that song came,
the night they made you, just maybe, girl, I love you. And she was like, Tyrone.
At least it's not Tyrell. I don't know why we put the rail on the Kentrail, Tyrell.
The rails in the east is
where did that come from? I want to do some research on that.
Yeah, no, that's
see the name has
that's a great
popular due to the
wow.
Jamal is a Arabic name, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yep, Jamal is Arabic.
Yeah. See that makes sense to me when I see Arabic names and whatnot, because we saw Arabic names coming off the slave ship and whatnot, right? Like that makes sense. But like there's some of our names that don't make sense. And I'm like, oh, how did that happen? It's like I'm with you. Like, where did we get the rails from? Where did we get that from? Like those are great questions, actually.
Yeah.
Because we do have a distinct culture, but it's a lot broader than what people think.
Yeah,
I think we do our own culture a disservice when we don't recognize how broad it is and how much it can cover and whatnot. Because we have certain pockets of the culture that people can like specialize in and whatnot, like certain aspects of the country where things look a certain way and whatnot. But like we really don't pull them together and understand how much African stuff is pulled together in that broad structure and whatnot. Because the more we study that, the more we're going to recognize like, wow, there's more here than what we thought. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Misha. I think Misha is Arabic.
I thought Misha was Gaelic. It might be. Hold on.
Is it? Oh, snap! It's Gaelic too.
See now Gaelic names make sense too though, and like this is something I'm gonna be talking about going forward. Where you hear me talk about this all the time and whatnot. It's the fact that like a lot of people assume that the European, like the up to 15-20% European admixture we have on average as an African American, like most people's like they think they go with the whole trope of, oh, that came from the slave master raping the woman and whatnot, and don't recognize like the majority of that came through amicable admixture. Like there was the whole like the slave owners having their way with certain people. And I'm not denying that in any way, shape, or form. Mm-hmm. But like when you get into the history of the thing, like like when you're talking about a percentage that large, like 15-20%, like just understand, fam. Like no, like history says and genetics says, like a lot of that was by amicable admixture, whatnot. Like that's why I'm like a lot of people don't know the history of like of like how like the Gaelic people were like low class labor for the Anglo-Saxon cultures and whatnot coming in. Like
are you
the Irish
slick, are you slick giving the origin of the Tyrone Negro? He's slick giving the origin.
Hey, you know what? They used to call a smoked Irishman. You heard me? They used to call them white Negroes. You heard?
He slid that in there real quick, man. This is why you got Tyrone in the Negro community.
We try to figure out which Tyrone Erykah Badu was calling.
Hey, see that? No, that's what I'm saying. That's what. Hey, real talk. When I used to watch the Maury Povich shows, I was like, you know why they can't find a baby daddy? Like, what? Because he's white. She don't want to admit stuff with the white dude. She don't want. You know what I'm saying? Wow. Okay. You're right. Misha is a girl's name and it's related to an Arabic name, Aisha. Okay. You're right about that. Okay.
Kentrail, Montreal, Tyrell.
And you know, man, the more people interact too culturally, man, you know, they do exchange certain things. I mean, you're going to hear names, you know, these names that originate in one culture end up appearing in other culture. You even see it in the Bible. You know, that's why a lot of people have the same names, but they're completely not related. They're from two distinctly different groups of people. Mm-hmm. You know, like, but that's why a lot of times people make errors too in trying to determine who came from who, because they read the same names and think, oh, it has to be from this person. And I'm like, no, just like we got people with the same names in our cultures, that's the same way it was in biblical times. You know,
I'm going to bed on this one. I'm going to bed on this one, brothers. I'm sorry. Look at this. Tyrell is a boy's name of Scandinavian origin. The name is believed to be a derivation of Tyr.
Oh, son.
Wow. Good night, folks. I'm done, man.
I bet you can't find the origin of Jaquanda.
Somebody gonna come through and be like, "No, man, they got that from the Phoenicians. What that's Tyre and L right there. You know what I'm saying?
It's got the L in it, brother. That's Hebrew. L, Tyre, brother. Fighting for the Lord.
It translates to thunder ruler, and it's associated with African Americans. I'm looking at it right here on FamilyAction.com. There's also Terrell. Another variation of the name is Terrell.
Oh my God, hurt right now. Oh no!
This has been
thunder ruler.
Eye-opening discovery.
Yeah, that's been very educational right there. I ain't gonna lie.
Little real.
They got me.
I was
messed
not.
up,
I was not expecting. Oh no. What's that name you said?
Jaquanda. See if you can find it.
Jaquanda. You know how to spell that.
Well, you know, we come from black people. We got 50 different ways to spell it.
Oh man. Look, Jaquanda Latrice Thomas. That's what popped up.
See.
Oh my God, bro. She apparently filed a personal injury lawsuit against Ralph J. I don't know how to say his last name. Broward County Circuit Courts in Florida. There's also a Jaquanda Thomas who resides in West Palm Beach, Florida, and is associated with several companies. Oh my God. Let me type in etymology.
I just pulled up Jaquanda. AI says the name Jaquanda is of American origin and means "may God protect." It is a girl's name. Now, if it's of American origin, somebody just made that up and said that's what it means.
That's what popped up. Said it's a combination of two names. Joe meaning Josephine, which means Jehovah increases, and Quanda on the other hand is a modern name that has no known meaning or origin.
Yeah.
Jaquanda's African American origin.
This is American origin, man. I mean, hey, everybody else can come up with names. I guess we can too, you know.
Jaquina means established by God. Jaquine, is that how you say it? I'm going to bed, bro. I'm done with this. Jaquanda. Hey, how the hell you gonna go repatriate with a name like that?
Bro, you got me here. I'm going through all these lists of like common African American names and whatnot. They're all like English and Gaelic and all. Bro, that's interesting.
Makes a lot of sense, actually. It makes.
No, it does make sense because, like I'm saying, like again, this is why we have 15-20% admixture with the like most of us that have like European, like well, okay, I'm an exception because I have very little Western European. Most of mine is like Southern European and whatnot. But most African Americans that have like European admixture, most of the time you're going to see it being like British, Irish, or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? And historically speaking, that's just because like we were the working class. You know what I'm saying? Like they were the indentured servitude class. We were the slave labor. And then when we got free, we was in the lower class together, like living together, like it being free and whatnot. Just there's a bunch of free mixing and whatnot.
Yeah,
you know, they got Denzels of English origin, bruh. That's okay. I
mean, if we had a history of 400 years of, the 400-year prophecy. No, if we had the same history transplanted to China, then we'll have a bunch of Mings and all that other shit.
Right. No, exactly. 100%. 100%.
Yeah. I mean, you think about the cultures that we believe we all descend from have a history of giving names that had meaning. Mm-hmm. When we come out of slavery, we took names that we thought sounded a certain way or were the names of people that we respected. That's why you had so many children at one point in time who were named after American presidents. Nobody really looked up what those names meant. They just, hey, that was a president. I'm gonna name you that because that maybe you'll be successful, or this was a good person I knew. But if you think about biblically speaking, and then even on the continent of Africa, people were meticulous about picking names because they thought it contained some type of power to speak to destiny or purpose around that child. They had ceremonies like name days and things. Oh, now in America though, we just be like, again, the daddy name Melvin and my name Shamika, so that's Melika, or Shamelvin or whatever, they have, we just do stuff because it's cute. We do it because it sounds cute, not because they have a purpose, man. So
what's interesting about this? I'm looking at names that are Gaelic and the names that are French and the names that are like Spanish, like Latoya, for instance, right? And it's interesting because now I'm kind of looking at other names. I'm like, wow, if I really look at this, these are names that are mixtures of like Spanish and Gaelic and like, I'm saying, French names and like that, I can see where a lot of these names that sound funny to us or like they don't make a lot of sense, or you can't find them having an origin in one language. They might have origin in a few languages being mushed together, like how we used to do a bunch of Creole languages and whatnot.
See, when I see something like that says it's a name of American origin, and then they give this explanation, I can't trust what it's saying because I don't think when people were making up these names, they thought of it like that. I don't think they put that much thought of it. I think, like I said, in other older cultures, I think they put more thought into why they were naming somebody something. But I think here in America, our tendency is to name people based on what we like, how it sounds. You know, it's like the Apple Jacks commercial. We eat what we like. We name you what we like. You know, I like that name. It's you go to almost any hospital where a girl just had a baby. What you name her? You know, Alizé. After Champagne, Jones, and you'd be like, well, why you name it that? Well, it just sounds cute to me, So the child got 2 names after alcohol now, and so, we don't, like I said, we don't put, and so I think when some of these, like I said, we looking up stuff now, I think the AI programs and computer is trying to take parts of the name and say, okay, well, this prefix or suffix or whatever comes from here, and maybe this is what it means, but it's hard for me to accept that that's actually what it means when it says it's American origin. I just don't imagine nobody who named their kid Javante said, yeah, you a son of Japheth or Yaphet. I just can't see it, man.
Jaquez, it's got to be Spanish.
This is about to be a whole new Hebrew Israelite insult for white people right quick. Start calling them Javantes. Javantes right there. It's gonna be Jake's on one side, Javantes on the other. You know what I'm saying?
Man, I mean, bruh.
Jaquez is French.
Man, they clip this part right here. They're gonna put the Javante up there and be like, Javante is an agent. Get that Negro out.
Oh no! And Javante is said to be David, related to the Latin word Deus, which means beloved. David, Dawad. I don't know, man. What Derek? What's Derek's name?
Derek, I think, is an English name. Derek, yeah, I think Derek is an English name, man. I think that's from the British Isles.
Yep, British name. It comes from the German name Theodoric.
Yep. I mean, I got a couple Derricks in my family.
Oh, short for Diedrich. Yeah.
Derek said came from Dwight.
I know all the Dre names come from the Gaelic stuff too.
Yeah. When you hear certain names, you kind of if you're used to what it sounds like, you kind of can figure out what part of the world it probably came from.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's interesting, man. That's like I said, I'm a child of the Black Power Revolution. So my dad was like, y'all getting specific names from either the Bible or Africa. So all of us got a name like that, man.
Malik is Arabic.
Yeah, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Means king.
Let me see.
Yeah, a lot of Arabic names and whatnot.
I'm trying to think of some more names. Kedrick. I saw that in the chat. Kedrick.
Yeah, that sounds English.
Yeah, it does. That sounds similar to Derek.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's English.
I ain't gonna lie, I like Gaelic names.
Kedrick means powerful ruler.
Kedrick, don't be in here trying to boss us around now that you know your name means powerful. But yeah, man, that's these are gonna be cut. You know what? Some of the stuff we brought up, man, we got to do it we got to do another show, man, probably earlier because and have a good town hall meeting. All right, black folks, we're going down to the river to wash. We got to talk about some stuff. But, I don't know what you're gonna call it. What your grandpappy didn't tell you, what your grandmammy didn't want you to know.
So Kendrick is of Welsh origin.
Mhm.
And the meaning of Kendrick is greatest champion.
Yeah, we got. See, this is what I was saying, bro. We got a lot of Gaelic names that people need to understand. We got the names for the same reason why we got the DNA, fam. There was a lot of free mixing, fam, and it wasn't this whole. See, this is part of going to the river and washing and whatnot is getting rid of trauma that doesn't need to be there.
Right.
And there's a trauma that people are holding on to, or there's a story and a trope people hold on to. Is like we were raped, like to the point to where we got this admixture. Like no. Some of that's true. I'm not saying that's not the truth, but we got to understand historically. No, the majority of that admixture came through free mixing and whatnot.
So y'all see, I told y'all Kendrick was still listening. He probably got them since he heard what his name mean. He didn't went and put on one of them Burger King crowns. He got a robe on. He's like, yeah, that's right. I'm ruling things around here. Green corn on Black Dynamite. I'm running things.
I'm trying to think of old black names.
We try to boss us around, Kendrick.
What's my wife's grandfather name? There's one of them old names. I can't think of it right now. Start with a S.
What's the origin of Willie?
Willie? So that goes back. I know that one. Now that's a Gaelic name. It goes back to Ulium. So Willie goes back to William. Goes back to Ulium, I think.
What it says here, it says the title comes from German. Let me see. I'll put it in the chat. This is pretty interesting. The title Willie. The title comes from the German wheel and helm, meaning wheel or desire, and helmet or protector. Ergo, the name Willie means resolute protector. So like Wilhelm. Kendrick said he gonna act a fool at work tomorrow. He running things. Cleophas? I don't know what Cleophas means. That's a show enough country word. Cleophas is Greek.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of us that have like my dad's name is Remus or whatnot, like Uncle Remus. You know what I'm saying? That's Latin. There's a bunch of so it was common at the time for like in like the 1700s or whatnot for like a certain class of people to be very fluent in Greek and Latin and have like the Greek and Latin text on the shelves and whatnot. So a lot of them names.
So it says Cleophas is of Greek derivation, and the meaning of the name Cleophas is vision of glory.
Mm-hmm.
We can't make fun of nobody named Cleophas no more. They're the vision of glory. Wow, man. I got a cousin named Cleophas too. That's interesting, man. Well, brethren, I'm getting off here, man, because it's late. These old bones don't do like they used to no more.
I heard that.
It's about 1:40 where I'm at, man.
Yeah, I gotta go to bed too, brother.
You know, boy out there on the West Coast, he still got time to go to the club. But
I know, right?
But man, I'm about to call.
Go to the club and find a future ex-wife right quick.
There you go, the next ex. There you go. You know, but man, I have enjoyed my time with the brethren, man. Great conversation and fellowship, man. Look forward to doing it again.
Yes, sir. Shalom, Phil.
All right, shalom, brothers.
Shalom, shalom. Let's just end the show, man. It's time to go to bed, brother. Peace to everybody watching. Shalom.